Find a comfortable position. Pull the blanket up around your shoulders. Let your arms go heavy. Tonight, we are not chasing any grand scientific breakthroughs or trying to solve the universe before morning. The world turns out to be a much funnier, simpler, and more wonderfully absurd place than it ever seems in the noise of the day. You don't need to remember any of this. Just breathe a little slower and let the quiet wash in. Before we drift too far into this evening's journey through strange and beautiful facts, write in the comments what city or country you're listening from tonight. I'm genuinely curious how far these sleepy stories travel. Someone right now is drifting off under a foot of snow, and someone else is lying near an open window with a warm breeze coming in off the water. I'd love to know where you are. Let's begin with the sky, which we tend to think of as weightless and airy. We imagine clouds as something barely there, wisps of vapor that the wind carries along without effort. But if you could gather up an ordinary, mid-sized cumulus cloud and set it on a scale, the number would read somewhere around 110,000 pounds. That is roughly the weight of 100 full-grown elephants, drifting silently above your head, held up by nothing more than warm, rising air. Nature loves a quiet deception, and the maps we grew up with in school are one of the more cheerful examples. A flat map of the world distorts everything gently but relentlessly. On a standard projection, Greenland looks roughly the same size as Africa. In reality, Africa is about 14 times larger. The world we've carried in our heads since childhood looks a little different when you check the actual numbers. And in the very center of the Pacific Ocean, as far from land as it is possible to get on this planet, there is a place called Point Nemo. It is the oceanic pole of inaccessibility. The nearest living people to that point are not sailors, not islanders, not anyone on a ship. The nearest human beings to Point Nemo are the astronauts aboard the International Space Station when it passes overhead at an altitude of about 250 miles. Every other person on Earth is at least 1,500 miles farther away. This is why space agencies use this remote, empty stretch of ocean as a spacecraft cemetery. Old orbital stations and cargo satellites are guided to rest on the sea floor there, a few miles beneath the surface, in absolute darkness. The entire history of early space exploration lies quietly at the bottom of the Pacific. If we come back to animals, nature was clearly in a very ironic mood when she designed certain creatures. Take the sloth. These animals move so slowly that actual living algae grows in their fur. The moisture of the jungle, the warmth, the stillness. It's enough to turn the fur slightly green, which works as camouflage among the leaves. But the most extreme event in a sloth's life is its weekly trip to the bathroom. Sloths relieve themselves only once every 7 days, and to do it, they must climb all the way down from their tree to the forest floor. On the ground, a sloth is essentially helpless, moving at roughly the speed of a startled snail, and they become easy targets for any jaguar in the vicinity. In a single bathroom trip, a sloth can lose up to 1/3 of its entire body weight. And occasionally, this is well documented, a sloth will mistake its own arm for a branch, grab it, and fall. Adelie penguins approach their personal lives with a kind of blunt, unapologetic practicality. To build a cozy nest among the Antarctic ice for their future chicks, they need smooth pebbles. Good pebbles are not easy to come by, and this creates a genuine real estate shortage. So the penguins steal. While one penguin is carefully searching for stones, a neighbor waits for the moment it looks away, then casually takes a stone from the nest and walks it over to its own. And some female penguins have refined this further. They will flirt with a lone bachelor from a neighboring nest, accept his courtship, accept his carefully chosen gift stones, and then walk those stones back to build a home with their regular partner. Romantic drama and housing fraud on the ice shelves of Antarctica. Speaking of food and the way familiar things can surprise us, consider the bottle of ketchup sitting in your fridge right now. In the 1830s, it was sold in pharmacies as an officially certified medicine. A physician named Dr. John Cook Bennett claimed that concentrated tomatoes could treat upset stomachs, rheumatism, and even jaundice. Ketchup was sold in pill and syrup form. Only a few decades later, when the pharmaceutical angle had run its course, did inventive cooks start adding sugar and vinegar and transform the remedy into the world's favorite sauce. There is a lot of strangeness wrapped up in sweetness. You probably enjoy chocolate, but most people don't know that among the ancient Maya and Aztec civilizations, cacao beans were so precious they functioned as actual currency. You could officially buy almost anything at the market with them. 3 beans would get you a fresh egg, 10 beans, a rabbit, 100 beans, a healthy adult laborer. There were even ancient counterfeiters, people who would carefully peel the outer shell from a bean, pack it with ordinary dirt, and press it closed again, hoping the market vendor wouldn't notice. The phrase "throwing money away" had a quite literal, chocolatey meaning in those days. And if the Aztecs paid with chocolate, Roman soldiers were paid in salt. In the ancient world, salt was extraordinarily difficult to obtain and worth its weight in gold. Without it, there was no way to preserve meat on long campaigns. Soldiers received a special salt allowance called a salarium. That Latin word is the root of the modern English word salary. So when your paycheck arrives at the end of the month, you are, historically speaking, receiving a handful of good quality salt so that the soup of your life does not come out bland. While we're in ancient Rome, let's quietly dismantle one of the most persistent myths from historical movies. You know the scene, the emperor in the Colosseum looking down at a defeated gladiator, dramatically lowering his thumb to signal death. Historians have established that the reality was more or less the reverse. If the emperor wanted the gladiator killed, he raised his thumb, mimicking an unsheathed sword pointing upward. If he wanted to spare the fighter, he closed his fist and tucked his thumb inside, suggesting the sword returned to its scabbard. But Hollywood decided a thumbs down looks more dramatic, and now all of us carry that beautiful inaccuracy around with us. Back to animals, where logic and anatomy continue their gentle experiment. A giraffe has an extraordinarily long neck, which you might imagine contains 150 vertebrae to support it. In reality, a giraffe has exactly 7 neck vertebrae, the same number you have, the same number I have, the same number as a tiny field mouse. Each vertebra is just about the size of a good throw pillow. But But the genuinely strange part is this. Because of the length of that neck, giraffes cannot cough. They do not have the lung volume or the air pressure to push a cough all the way through that architecture and out. The giraffe with a sore throat suffers in extraordinary silence.
And then there are octopuses, who appear to have arrived on Earth from somewhere else entirely. The average octopus has 3 hearts and 9 brains. One central heart pumps blue blood through the body. 2 smaller hearts handle only the gills. One central brain handles the big decisions, and the other 8 mini brains sit at the base of each arm, operating semi-independently. Each arm of an octopus is essentially its own thinking unit. While the octopus is pondering something in the distance, its third left arm can be out hunting a crab on its own, and its second right arm might be lazily investigating a rock without the main office being consulted at all. Even 3 hearts, though, pale beside the heart of a blue whale. It is the largest organ on the planet. A blue whale's heart weighs somewhere around 400 pounds, roughly the weight of a small car. Its main artery is wide enough that an adult human could swim through it without brushing the sides. When a whale dives deep, its massive heart slows to just 2 or 3 beats per minute. But each beat is powerful enough to be detected by instruments several miles away. On land, meanwhile, lives a creature that could survive something far worse than any ocean dive. It is not the cockroach, despite the popular belief. It is the tardigrade, also called the water bear, a microscopic 8-legged animal that under a microscope looks like a tiny, wrinkled spacesuit. Scientists have boiled them, frozen them to near absolute zero, exposed them to lethal doses of radiation, and sent them into open space with no protection for 2 weeks. The tardigrade simply dries out, shuts down its metabolism, and waits. When conditions return to normal, it wakes up, shakes itself off, and goes about its business. If a global catastrophe were to strike, tardigrades would shrug their 8 legs and continue on. Let's come back to people and their great inventions, many of which look like complete absurdity at the start. When Alexander Graham Bell invented the first working telephone in 1876, he brought it to the largest telegraph company of the time, Western Union, and offered to sell the patent for $100,000. The executives laughed at him. Their official internal report stated, "This device has too many shortcomings to be seriously considered as a means of communication. The gadget is inherently of no value to us." Bell left, founded his own company, and within 10 years the telephone had essentially destroyed the telegraph business, making Bell extraordinarily wealthy. They did not recognize the startup. Do you remember what the first commercial hard drive looked like? IBM released it in 1956. The device was roughly the size of 2 large refrigerators side by side, weighed over a ton, and cost a fortune to lease. And how much data did it hold? 5 megabytes. Today, you could not save a single high-quality photograph from your phone onto that machine. At the time, it was considered the absolute pinnacle of human engineering, and it required a dedicated cargo plane for transport. And before cheap mechanical alarm clocks existed, England and Ireland had a well-regarded profession called the knocker-upper. These were people who, for a small weekly fee, walked the streets in the early morning hours and woke factory workers for their shifts. The problem of reaching someone on a 3rd-floor window from the street led to the use of long, lightweight bamboo poles, tapped gently but persistently against the glass until the occupant woke and waved a hand,
More advanced practitioners carried blowguns and fired dried peas directly at the windows with considerable accuracy.
The great philosophical question of the age, never satisfactorily resolved, was this: who woke the knocker-upper? Speaking of controlling time in strange ways, after the French Revolution, the new government introduced what they called revolutionary time. They divided the day into 10 hours, each hour into 100 minutes, each minute into 100 seconds. The week became 10 days long. The ambition was grand. The results were chaos. Clockmakers could not keep up with the conversions. Workers didn't know when to show up. And an ordinary person could not make sense of what 6½ o'clock meant in any practical way. The system lasted a couple of years before France, with evident relief, returned to the familiar 24. In China, on the Yangtze River, stands the Three Gorges Dam, the most powerful hydroelectric station in the world. Its reservoir holds nearly 44 billion tons of water. The sheer mass of that water, lifted to a height of nearly 570 feet above sea level, was enough to affect the rotation of the Earth. Scientists calculated that concentrating that much weight at that elevation measurably slowed Earth's spin, lengthening the day by a fraction of a microsecond. The planet itself turns a little slower because we built something very large. And in Antarctica, there is a place that looks like a film set for a horror movie. It is called Blood Falls. From an enormous white glacier, a stream of deep red water flows continuously, vivid against all that ice. Scientists were baffled for years. The answer turned out to be chemistry. Beneath the glacier, about 1,300 feet down, lies an ancient lake that has been sealed off from the outside world for millions of years. The water has no oxygen, but an extraordinary concentration of iron and unique bacteria that have learned to live without sunlight. When this brine seeps up through cracks in the glacier and meets the open air, the iron immediately rusts, staining the waterfall the color of old brick. Antarctica has another quiet surprise connected to its cold and its dryness. Ordinary wood does not rot there. Along the shores of the continent, the wooden huts built by the first polar explorers, more than a century ago, still stand. Inside, everything looks as though the occupants stepped out a few minutes ago. Journals on the tables, canned goods on the shelves, coats hanging by the door. The cold has simply preserved all of it, unchanged. Antarctica is the planet's largest natural freezer. In Switzerland, on a very different note, the law takes the emotional lives of guinea pigs quite seriously. It is illegal to keep just one guinea pig. These animals are deeply social creatures, and alone, they fall into what can only be described as depression. They stop eating, they grow ill, they fade. Swiss law classifies solitary confinement for a guinea pig as cruelty to animals. There is even a rental service. If you have 2 guinea pigs and one dies of old age, you can borrow a companion for the surviving one and return it to the breeder when it too passes. The law is accommodated. Nobody is left alone. Let's visit hippopotamuses for a moment. These enormous 3-ton animals appear in cartoons as gentle, lumbering comedians. In reality, they are among the most dangerous and aggressive animals alive. On land, a hippo can outrun a professional sprinter, reaching speeds of nearly 20 miles per hour. But the strangest thing about them is what they sweat. When a hippo spends time in the sun, its skin produces a reddish secretion. Early travelers assumed the animals were literally bleeding from the heat. They weren't. This red fluid is a natural all-in-one product, a powerful sunscreen and a potent antiseptic that helps heal wounds from territorial fighting and repels insects. The hippo has been manufacturing its own skincare line for millions of years. In the forests of Australia, live birds that have invented their own peculiar hunting strategy. The lyrebird is the planet's most gifted mimic. It can reproduce with startling accuracy the call of dozens of other bird species, the bark of a dog, the howl of wind. But when humans arrived in their forests with chainsaws and cameras, the lyrebirds simply updated their repertoire. Today in Australian wildlife parks, you can stand near a bird that perfectly reproduces the sound of a working chainsaw, the click of a camera shutter, a car alarm wailing in the distance, or a crying baby. They use these sounds to impress potential mates and unsettle rivals. Apparently, a convincing car alarm is considered extremely attractive. Now let's visit something that might be sitting in your kitchen right now. Potatoes. We tend to think of them as a humble staple that has always been there. But when the potato was first brought to Europe from South America, people flatly refused to eat it. Peasants considered it a poisonous devil's apple, in part because they tried eating the green berries that grow on the plant above ground, the actual toxic part, and became very ill. In France, a botanist named Antoine Parmentier came up with a remarkable solution. He planted a potato field outside Paris and surrounded it with armed royal guards. The guards stood watch all day, making a dramatic show of protecting whatever was growing inside. At night, they quietly went home. Local farmers, watching this elaborate performance, concluded that whatever was in that field must be extraordinarily valuable. They came at night, dug up the tubers, and planted them in their own gardens. The potato saved Europe from famine through a beautifully executed act of reverse psychology. In ancient China, another invention that shapes our world was quietly taking shape: paper money. Before it, people carried enormous loads of copper coins threaded on long, heavy strings. Wealthy merchants grew tired of hiring carts just to transport payment from one city to the next. They began leaving their coins with trusted individuals and carrying lightweight paper receipts instead. Notes that said, in effect, "This person owns this many coins." The government noticed the elegance of this and, by the 11th century, had begun printing standardized banknotes. When the traveler Marco Polo arrived in China from Europe, he was genuinely disoriented. He wrote home that the Chinese emperor had somehow found a way to make money out of tree bark, and that everyone accepted these pieces of paper as though they were pure gold. In 18th century Sweden, a shortage of silver led the government to issue copper coins. But copper was cheap, so to make a coin worth anything real, it had to be very large indeed. The largest Swedish copper coin of that era weighed nearly 44 pounds. It was a slab of metal the size of a small table, stamped with royal seals at the corners. To go to the market or pay your taxes, you needed a cart. A wallet in those days was essentially a wooden chest. Let's gently consider hygiene, which has looked very different at different moments in history. Queen Isabella of Castile, who ruled Spain in the 15th century, reportedly stated with some pride that she had bathed twice in her entire life, once at birth and once on her wedding day. Bathing was considered dangerous. It was believed to wash away the holy water received at baptism and to open the pores to disease. The nobility compensated with extraordinary quantities of powder and heavy perfume. The grand ballrooms we see in period films were, in reality, aromatic in ways the films politely declined to convey. Let's listen for a moment to what your body is doing right now, quietly, without being asked. You have two small creatures living at the base of your eyelash follicles. They are called demodex mites, and they are present on the face of almost every adult human being on Earth. They spend their entire lives eating dead skin cells and excess oil, your own personal, entirely free cleaning service. They have no digestive exit. They are so committed to their work that they accumulate everything internally throughout their short lives and then quietly expire. A level of dedication that is, frankly, admirable. While you sleep tonight, your height will increase slightly. When you lie horizontal, the discs between your vertebrae are released from the pressure of carrying your weight through the day. They expand, filling with moisture. By morning, you will be about half an inch to an inch taller than you were last night. Over the course of the day, gravity gently compresses the spine again, and by evening, you return to your usual height. If you want to measure your personal maximum, do it right after you get out of bed. Your eyes, meanwhile, have been essentially the same size since the day you were born. While your nose and ears continue to grow slowly throughout your entire life, cartilage responding to the long patience of gravity, your eyeballs remain nearly unchanged from infancy to old age. This is why babies and small children appear to have such enormous, luminous eyes. It's not that their eyes are especially large, it's that the rest of the face hasn't caught up yet. Your ears are doing something extraordinary in this moment that you're probably not aware of. You can determine the temperature of water just by listening to it being poured. Close your eyes right now and imagine someone pouring ice water into a glass, then boiling water from a kettle. You would know, without seeing either, which was which. Cold water is denser, and it falls with a slightly brighter, higher pitch. Hot water carries tiny bubbles of gas and has a different density, so it sounds softer, more muffled. Your brain has spent your whole life quietly recording these small domestic details, building a database of the world's sounds that you have never consciously consulted. Deep below the surface of the ocean, in water so dark and pressurized that steel pipes collapse, live the giant squid, Architeuthis. These deep water creatures can reach lengths of 45 feet or more, tentacles included. And their eyes are the size of a basketball. In total darkness, you might wonder what such large eyes are for. They are not for seeing small fish. Giant squid use their enormous eyes to detect the faint bioluminescent glow stirred up by sperm whales as the whales move through the water, disturbing billions of tiny luminescent organisms and leaving a ghostly trail. The squid can see that trail hundreds of feet away and has time to move aside. An eye that large, in that darkness, is a radar dish. Closer to the surface, ordinary herring have developed a form of communication that scientists took some time to take seriously. They communicate in the dark through flatulence. Researchers lowered sensitive hydrophones beneath the water and discovered that herring release tiny streams of air bubbles, producing a high-frequency sound that predators cannot hear, but other herring can. This allows dense schools of fish to maintain their spacing and cohesion in the dark of the open ocean. It is, without question, the most delicate navigation system in the animal kingdom. And in the rivers of South America, the electric eel generates charges of up to 800 volts, enough to stun a full-grown horse that wanders into the water, or to briefly incapacitate a human swimmer. But the eel uses electricity for more than defense and hunting. It has poor eyesight, so it emits continuous low-level electric pulses into the water around it. When those pulses hit something and distort, the eel knows obstacle or opportunity. An electric eel is, in essence, a living high-voltage cable with a built-in sonar system. In the ocean, there is something even smaller making an outsized noise. The pistol shrimp has one claw dramatically larger than the other. When it snaps that claw shut at tremendous speed, the water jet creates a cavitation bubble. When the bubble collapses, the resulting snap is as loud as a departing jet aircraft. And for a fraction of a second, the temperature inside that bubble reaches several thousand degrees, briefly hotter than the surface of the sun. When large colonies of pistol shrimp gather, their continuous crackling has been known to confuse the sonar of military submarines, turning the entire acoustic environment into white noise. The Leaning Tower of Pisa began leaning before it was finished. Workers have completed only 3 of 8 stories when the soft, clayey ground started to give way beneath the shallow foundation. Rather than stop, the architects continued, adjusting each subsequent floor to compensate, building one side slightly taller than the other. The result is a tower that is not merely tilted, but gently curved, like a very slow banana. When the Eiffel Tower was completed in 1889 for the Paris World's Fair, the intellectual class of the city was furious. 300 prominent writers and artists signed a letter demanding the immediate demolition of what they called a monstrous iron lamppost that disgraced the skyline of a great city. The writer Guy de Maupassant, who was among the most vocal critics, made a habit of eating lunch at the restaurant on the tower's first level every single day. When someone asked him why, given that he hated the tower so deeply, he replied, "It is the only place in all of Paris from which I cannot see it." The Eiffel Tower is also a thermometer of sorts. In summer, the iron expands under the heat of the sun, and the structure grows about 6 inches taller. In winter, the cold contracts the metal, and the tower quietly returns to its original height. It has been doing this for over 100 years, rising and falling with the seasons, like something breathing. France also gave the world the shortest reign in the history of monarchy. Louis XIX became king after his father abdicated during a revolution. It took Louis exactly 20 minutes to sign his own abdication papers under pressure from the people outside. For those 20 minutes, he was the legitimate king of France. He had time, perhaps, to put on the crown, take a slow breath, and realize what was happening before history moved on without him. Now, a colour that was quietly poisoning an entire social class. In Victorian England, a vivid, fashionable green called Shields Green was everywhere. Ball gowns, men's waistcoats, children's toys, wallpaper in the finest bedrooms. It was a beautiful colour. Its main ingredient was arsenic. Women danced for hours in these emerald gowns, and friction released a fine, toxic dust. They grew pale, their hair fell out, and they faded slowly. Physicians attributed it to feminine delicacy and romantic melancholy. The wallpaper in damp London homes off-gassed the arsenic as a vapor. People died in their beds simply by breathing the air of their own rooms. It took decades of illness and many deaths before the production of this lethal elegance was finally stopped. And while all of that was happening in the Victorian era, a separate trend was equally ornate and equally dangerous. Decorative beauty marks, called mousses, were cut from black velvet or silk and pressed onto the face, neck, and chest. But they were not merely decorative, they formed a complete language of silent flirtation. A patch above the lip said the wearer was feeling coquettish. One on the right cheek indicated she was married. A patch in the corner of the eye signaled a secret lover. Men at balls had to read these arrangements carefully to avoid misunderstandings or duels. On the subject of historical dentistry, before quality porcelain and plastics existed, good artificial teeth were difficult to obtain. After the Battle of Waterloo in 1815, scavengers collected thousands of healthy teeth from fallen soldiers. The product entered trade under the name Waterloo teeth. English dentists purchased them by the cartload, cleaned and mounted them in ivory brackets, and sold them to wealthy clients. Respectable elderly gentlemen at London dinner parties smiled with the teeth of young French and Prussian infantrymen. Lake Hillier in Australia is pink, not faintly pink or pinkish at certain times of day, genuinely, vividly pink, the colour of strawberry milk. And if you scoop a glass of it, the water stays pink in the glass. For years, researchers debated whether it was the lake bed. The answer was simpler. Billions of algae and microorganisms live in the water and produce a red pigment called carotene. The lake is perfectly safe to swim in. It's extremely saline, like the Dead Sea, so you float without effort on the surface of this pink soup, going nowhere, gently. Oymyakon in northeastern Russia is one of the coldest inhabited places on Earth. Winter temperatures fall reliably below minus 58 degrees Fahrenheit. The record was nearly minus 80. In that cold, mercury thermometers freeze solid. Ballpoint pens stop working. The ink congeals. If you walk outside without protective glasses, your own breath frosts your eyelashes shut within seconds. Car engines are never turned off for months at a time. If you shut off your car on the street in minus 80, it will not start again until spring. In the Karakum Desert of Turkmenistan, a crater roughly 230 feet across has been burning continuously for more than 50 years. It is called the Darvaza gas crater, and the locals call it the door to hell. In 1971, Soviet geologists drilling for natural gas broke into an underground cavern that collapsed, creating the crater. Methane began pouring out. To prevent poisoning the surrounding population and livestock, they lit it on fire, expecting it to burn out in a few weeks. That was 50 plus years ago. It is still burning. Your brain right now is doing something it does every night. Sorting, filing, quietly revising. Our long-term memory does not work like a hard drive. A computer writes a file once and it sits there unchanged until deleted. But when you remember something from your childhood, the feeling of falling off a bike in 3rd grade, the specific quality of light in your grandmother's kitchen, your brain does not open an old file. It reconstructs the memory from hundreds of fragments scattered across different neurons and reassembles them in real time. And here is the quiet strangeness. Every time you remember something, you alter it slightly, under the influence of your mood in this present moment, your new understanding, the story you are currently telling about yourself. You do not remember the original event. You remember the last time you remembered it. Memory is not an archive. It is a living theatre where the script is being rewritten during the performance. This is why 2 siblings who grew up in the same house can remember a family vacation from 20 years ago in completely different ways, with absolute sincerity on both sides. The brain also has a built-in protection against a very specific kind of self-amusement. You cannot tickle yourself. Try it right now. Nothing will happen. The reason is your cerebellum. It tracks the movement of your own hand with such precision that it sends a signal to the rest of the brain. This touch is coming from us. Stand down. The surprise response that makes tickling funny is simply switched off when you are the one doing it. But if someone else tickles you, the brain cannot fully predict the trajectory. A mild alarm engages, and the laughter follows. Our nervous system knows us too well to be fooled. Before calculators, before the internet, before most of what we consider modern engineering, in the 2nd century BCE, someone in ancient Greece built the world's first analog computer. It was found at the bottom of the sea, near the Greek island of Antikythera, inside the wreck of a sunken ship. Researchers scanning the corroded object with X-rays were astonished. Inside, dozens of bronze gears fit together with extraordinary precision. The Antikythera mechanism could model the movement of the sun and moon and 5 known planets. It could predict solar and lunar eclipses decades into the future. It could calculate the date of the next Olympic Games. Technology of comparable sophistication did not reappear in human civilization for another 1500 years, when mechanical clockwork was finally reaching that level of refinement in Renaissance Europe. We will never know what other machines those ancient engineers were building, or what was lost when the sea took the ship. And Roman concrete, the material used to build harbors and breakwaters and bridges 2,000 years ago, is still getting stronger. Modern concrete exposed to seawater deteriorates within decades. Roman marine structures have stood for 2,000 years and continue to harden. Scientists finally identified the reason. Roman builders mixed volcanic ash and seawater into their concrete. As seawater slowly percolates through the material over centuries, it reacts with the ash and causes crystals of a mineral called tobermarite to grow inside the structure. These crystals fill microcracks from the inside, healing the concrete as the ocean attacks it. The Romans had, by accident or by intuition, built a material that uses the sea's own force to repair itself. Modern engineers are still studying how to replicate it. Our long evening journey through the funny and the strange and the quietly beautiful is drawing close to its end. While we have been here together, the earth has made another small, unhurried arc through the dark. Right now, somewhere deep under the water, herring are communicating in their own peculiar way. In Iceland,
behind glass, an ancient burger continues its patient vigil. Sea otters somewhere in the Pacific are holding each other's paws so they don't drift apart in their sleep. The world is more complicated, more delicate, and more quietly hilarious than it appears during the noise of an ordinary day. But tonight, all of its strangeness, all the ancient concrete and burning craters and pink lakes and sleepy sloths can rest. None of it needs your attention right now. Your only task for this night is to let your body have the rest it has earned, and to let your mind do its own quiet housekeeping. You are safe. You are warm. The weight of the day is already far behind you. If it felt good to spend this evening here, and you'd like these quiet visits to continue, subscribing to the channel helps more than you might think. It helps the next story find its way to you, and to people who need it. Close your eyes now. Breathe slowly, deeply, all the way down. Let the night be long and still and kind. Good night. Somewhere in Sumer, 5,000 years ago, a scribe pressed a reed into wet clay. Neat, wedge-shaped marks, row after row. He was recording the expenditure of grain. 7 women, their names, the quantity of barley issued to each for their work at the temple of the goddess Inanna. This is the oldest surviving accounting record of what people call the world's oldest profession. A clay tablet you could hold in your hands, one that survived 5 millennia, the rise and fall of a dozen empires, 2 civilizational ice ages. Humanity was born, died, built pyramids and burned cities, and all this time, somewhere, accounts were being kept, transactions made, money passed from hand to hand. Tonight we will move through all of that history, not with judgment, not with fascination, but with the curiosity of someone who understands. Behind every law stands someone's life. Behind every prohibition, someone's body. Behind every era, people who wanted love, feared loneliness, needed money. Before we begin, write in the comments what city you are listening from tonight. I keep a geography of my listeners, and if you haven't subscribed yet, now is a good moment. There are more of these coming. Let us start at the beginning, with Sumer, with a goddess named Inanna. But first, a word about why this history is worth telling at all. Why tonight? There are histories of warfare, of kings, of revolutions, of science, and they are important. But there are other histories that live in the shadows of those, histories of the people who do not appear in the main chronicle, whose names are not on monuments, whose choices were shaped by constraints the chronicle does not mention. The history of paid love is one of those histories. It runs alongside every other history, alongside the wars and the empires and the philosophies. It is part of the same world. It involves the same people, the same cities, the same social structures. To understand the 5th century BCE in Athens, you have to understand not just the philosophy of Socrates, but the economic and social arrangement that made Aspasia's life what it was. To understand Victorian London, you have to understand not just the Parliament and the Empire, but the Bankside and the Yellow Ticket and Josephine Butler.
The full picture is larger than any one part of it. Tonight, we are looking at a part that is often omitted, not to shock, not to titillate, but to see more completely. Let us start at the beginning, with Sumer, with a goddess named Inanna. Inanna was simultaneously the goddess of love, beauty, and war. In Sumerian mythology, this is not a contradiction. Love and war are twins. Both require courage. Both destroy. At her temples lived women of a particular status. The Sumerians called them Haritu. What exactly they did, historians still debate. Some believe this involved ritual intimacy dedicated to the goddess. Others say we know too little to judge. But certain things are known. In the Code of Hammurabi, a body of laws carved on a black basalt stele around 1750 BCE, there are specific provisions about these women. Their rights are written down. They exist within a legal framework. This alone tells us something. Society gave enough thought to their situation to record it. Herodotus, the Greek historian who lived 500 years later, describes Babylon with undisguised amazement. He writes that every Babylonian woman was obliged, at least once in her life, to come to the temple of Ishtar, sit in the courtyard, and wait until a stranger threw her a coin. The money went to the goddess. The woman went home with her obligation fulfilled. Historians advise against taking Herodotus literally. He loved a beautiful story more than a dull truth. But something in this image lives. Women sitting in rows on carpets, with garlands on their heads, waiting. The wealthy among them arriving in closed litters, having no need of the queue. Babylon was an enormous city, by the standards of its time, an almost incomprehensible one, with a population of several 100,000. In such a city, there is always a market for everything. While Babylon flourished, other civilizations were arranging their own versions of the same thing. In China during the Tang dynasty, 7th through 10th centuries, in the great cities of Hangzhou and Kaifeng, there existed officially sanctioned quarters. Women there were taught music and poetry. Education was part of the profession because an educated person was valued above an uneducated one. One of them, Guan Pan Pan, left poems that survived in Chinese classical anthologies. Her story we will return to. Later in the Ottoman Empire, the city of Istanbul at the end of the 19th century had several officially designated quarters, marked on city maps with the notation Special District. Women from different countries, Greek, Armenian, Jewish, Circassian, a city at the intersection of civilizations, and that intersection was literal. When the Ottoman Empire began reforming under European influence in the 19th century, the system changed too. Registers appeared, medical inspection, exactly as in Europe. The same problems everywhere, the same attempted solutions, the same imperfect outcomes. Greece. Here the story becomes richer, because the Greeks left many words about this. Athens in the 5th century BCE, the Golden Age, Pericles, Socrates, the Parthenon on the rock above the city. And alongside this, a precise hierarchy of women, where one's place in life was determined by birth and marriage. The lawful wife lived in the women's quarters of the house, the gynaikion. She wove cloth, she raised children, she fell silent when male guests arrived. Her opinion was not sought on anything important. The hetaira was entirely different. The word translates simply as companion, but she was not a simple companion. The hetaira could come to the symposium, the drinking party where wine flowed and conversation ran to war, to the gods, to the nature of the world, places where respectable wives were not admitted. She could argue, laugh, read poetry. She received money, but not only for her body, for her mind, her charm, her ability to hold a conversation about philosophy and politics. And here is the paradox of Athens. The most educated, the most free woman in the city was almost always a hetaira. The lawful wife sat at home. The hetaira sat beside the greatest minds of the age. The clearest example, Aspasia of Miletus. She was the companion of Pericles, the man who governed Athens in its finest hour. Plutarch wrote that Pericles consulted her before making any important decision, that Socrates brought his students to her, that the most educated men of the city spoke with her as an equal. She was accused of impiety. The political opponents of Pericles used his relationship with her as a weapon. They said she had convinced him to go to war with Samos, that through her intelligence she was governing the city. Was this a compliment or an accusation? By the standards of Athens, the second. By the standards of history, the first. This accusation is, by the way, the oldest device in the world for discrediting an intelligent woman. To say, you are not brilliant, you simply use your body well. 2,500 years have passed. The device is still in use. Alongside the hetairai, there existed something very different. But before we leave Athens, a thought about money, because money is always here, underneath everything. The hetaira received money, but how much stayed with her, and how much went elsewhere? In Greece, in Rome, in Japan, in Victorian London, the answer is nearly always the same. The worker earned, the owner profited. In Yoshiwara, the owners of the houses were among the wealthiest people in Edo during the period of the district's flowering. In Victorian London, the proprietors were a visible part of the urban bourgeoisie. Today, platform operators, whose algorithms decide who is seen and who is not, taking their commission from every transaction. The form changes, the structure does not. The physical risk rests with those below. The financial return accumulates above. This is not unique to this sphere. It is a universal law of economies. It simply shows here with unusual clarity. Alongside the hetairai, there existed something very different. In Piraeus, the port district, stood the dicterions, simpler establishments, fixed prices, no conversations about philosophy, just a transaction. The state knew about them, taxed them, and apparently considered them perfectly natural. Before we leave Greece, two more women who belong in this night. Phryne of Thespia became the model for the first nude statue of Aphrodite in the history of Greek art. The sculptor Praxiteles shaped her likeness, and the inhabitants of the island of Kos initially refused the statue. Too bold, the goddess unclothed. The inhabitants of Knidos took it. Ships made special stops in the Cnidian harbour just to see it. When Phryne was tried for impiety, her defense attorney, at some point during the proceedings, removed her outer garment before the jury. The jury acquitted her. Whether beauty convinced them or they were simply living people, the sources disagree. Her image has travelled through Western art for 2,500 years. Laius of Corinth, one of the most famous courtesans of Greece. Stories about her became proverbs. When Demosthenes asked to see her and learned the price, he refused, saying he would not pay so much for regret. This story has come down to us intact,
which means it was told, retold, savoured. A witty comeback was prized then as now. Rome inherited the Greek tradition and placed it on bureaucratic rails with Roman thoroughness. To work, you had to register with the aedile, the city official, surrender your identity documents, choose a pseudonym, accept a particular form of dress, and that was it. You officially existed and officially ceased to be a full member of society. You could not give testimony in court, could not inherit, could not marry a citizen. The prohibition was for life. Rome knew how to do this. Create a system that simultaneously tolerates something and punishes people for it. In Pompeii, all of this is literally visible. The city was buried under the ash of Vesuvius in 79 CE and froze in place. Narrow rooms with stone beds. Above the doors, symbols that a client could read without difficulty.
On the walls, graffiti, price lists, complaints, thanks, advertising 2,000 years old. One as, the cost of a loaf of bread, was the lowest price for an encounter in an alley. In a proper establishment, with wine and dinner, considerably more. And here is what matters. No law forbade a man from buying this. All restrictions fell only on those who sold. This asymmetry, which future centuries would reproduce almost everywhere, almost always. Archaeologists found not just the ruins of establishments, they found graffiti written in haste. Names, real or invented. Someone scratched, "I had a good time here." Someone else added nearby, "I disagree." These are people, not symbols of an era. People, with their preferences, opinions, disappointments. Some of those who worked in these places left inscriptions on the walls themselves. Their name, a price. Sometimes a brief description, what they would do, what they would not. 2,000-year-old advertising, written by a person who needed to eat and had no other instruments. When you look at this, it is difficult to think about institutions and systems. You think only about a person. And here is the asymmetry that Rome codified and future centuries would repeat. The physical risk rested with those below. The financial gain accumulated with those above. Owners, proprietors, intermediaries. This is not unique to this sphere. It is a universal law of economies. It simply shows here with unusual clarity. Thanking Christianity, and with it, a paradox that would torment Europe for 1,000 years. St. Augustine, one of the pillars of the Church, a man who in his youth had lived a turbulent life himself, wrote something remarkable in the 4th century. Remove this from the world, and all will be consumed by lust. In other words, this is an evil, but a necessary one. A drain for passions, a valve without which the boiler will explode. Thomas Aquinas in the 13th century repeated this almost word for word. The Church officially condemned and quietly tolerated. This tolerance was quite profitable. In medieval London, on the south bank of the Thames, outside city jurisdiction, in the district called Bankside stood establishments that people called the Winchester Geese, because it was the Bishop of Winchester himself who collected the rent from them. Princes of the church, owners of brothels. History is not always the way one would prefer to see it. In Avignon, where the popes resided in the 14th century, the municipal establishment operated under direct city management. Opening hours, medical supervision, detailed archives. The city of Toulouse had one, Florence had one, London had one. Everywhere the same picture. Officially, sin. Functionally, a line item in the city's income. This medieval capacity to hold two contradictory thoughts simultaneously. This is a sin, and this is a necessary evil. This is shameful, and this is regulated by the city charter, was not hypocrisy in the modern sense. It was a kind of exhausted pragmatism. Thomas Aquinas wrote a line that could have served as the motto of an entire era. Remove prostitution from the world, and lust will overturn it. This is not glorification and not justification. It is a tired recognition. Some things cannot be destroyed by prohibition. They can only be managed, better or worse. And there is something else. The Bishop of Winchester who collected rent from the Bankside establishments was not unique. Across Europe, the church and the municipality found similar arrangements. Those who officially condemned often quietly profited. This is not a medieval phenomenon. It repeats in every era, in every system. In Avignon, where the popes resided in the 14th century, a municipal establishment operated under direct city management. Opening hours, medical supervision, restrictions on certain categories of clients, detailed archives, careful records. When in 1254 the French king Louis IX, later canonized as a saint, attempted to prohibit all of this across his kingdom, he was forced to retreat 2 years later. The law proved unenforceable. The practice retreated into the shadows and became more dangerous there. Charlemagne, the founder of the Carolingian Empire, the man who rebuilt Europe after Rome, had tried to prohibit. It did not work. Medieval Europe learned the lesson that later centuries would keep forgetting and rediscovering. Prohibition does not destroy. It hides. In many medieval cities, women working in these establishments were required to wear particular clothing, a yellow scarf, a specific colored ribbon, so that one could know with whom one was speaking before a conversation began. In some cities, they were forbidden to enter church, in others allowed, but only on certain days. The city wanted them visible and invisible simultaneously, present in the economy, absent from respectability. This arrangement, which seems medieval, has never entirely disappeared. It appears in every era in slightly different dress. Karl the Great, Charlemagne, tried prohibition. It did not work. Louis IX, the French king and future saint, tried it in 1254. 2 years later, he had to abandon the decree. The law proved unenforceable. The same discovery made twice in 3 centuries. Medieval literature found ways to speak about this that the sermon could not. But there is something else about the medieval period worth noting: the sheer variety of arrangements across different places and times. Paris in the 13th century had an officially sanctioned quarter on the Ile de la Cité. Toulouse had its own civic establishment. Venice had several. Each city negotiated its own terms with the same permanent reality. Some cities tried to use the arrangement as a tool of social control. In certain places, The establishment was deliberately placed near the center of town, so that newly arrived young men would have an alternative to seducing the wives and daughters of citizens. This sounds strange to modern ears, but the logic made sense within a particular understanding of social order. Other cities pushed the establishments to the margins, to the space outside the city walls, literally outside the body of the city, out of sight, as though distance would reduce the moral contamination. Neither approach solved anything. The city that placed the establishment at the center still had the same human dynamics as the city that placed it at the margins. The only difference was where the encounter happened, not whether it happened. Medieval literature found ways to speak about this that the sermon could not. Boccaccio in the Decameron laughed, and laughter was the safest passport for truth. When you laugh at a monk caught in a clever woman's trap, this is not blasphemy. It is simply funny. And everyone in the audience understood exactly what was being said. In many medieval cities, women working in these establishments were required to wear particular clothing: a yellow scarf, a specific colored ribbon, so that one could know with whom one was speaking before a conversation began. Cities wanted them visible and invisible simultaneously. This is not so far from how things are arranged today. But there were also quite different stories in certain monasteries, particularly those accepting women of what was called the Magdalene type. Some found refuge who were looking for a way out of their previous lives. The monastery gave shelter, a community, a new name not connected to the past. This was not always coercion, though later, in the 18th through 20th centuries, the so-called Magdalene laundries in Ireland became places of forced labour. Inconvenient women were sent there, unmarried mothers, girls with bad reputations. The last of them closed in 1996, not in the 17th century, in 1996. In 2013, the Irish Prime Minister issued a formal apology. History has a way of returning, even when it seems to be finished. In India, meanwhile, there existed the tradition of the Devadasi. Girls, servants of God, were dedicated to the temple. They were taught to dance, not for entertainment, but for worship. Their movements were considered a language in which gods speak to people. Bharatanatyam, one of the most complex and beautiful classical dance styles of India, survived precisely because it was part of this tradition. Without the Devadasi, it might have been lost. Their position was complex. In earlier centuries, respect, a particular status, a place in the ritual life of the community. In the colonial era, decline, as the British administration viewed them through the lens of their own ideas about morality and called the tradition shameful. The tradition was banned. The dance survived. It moved from temple steps to theatre stages. It became high art. A strange paradox. What society condemned, it preserved, having renamed it. While Europe argued with itself, Japan was building an entirely different world. 1621. In Edo, the future Tokyo, by order of the shogunate, an enclosed district is established. A separate small city within the city, with its own streets, tea houses, theatres. Yoshiwara, the reed plains. The name is poetic. The reality was more complicated. A young girl entered Yoshiwara through a debt contract. Her family had borrowed money and could not repay. The contract lasted a specific number of years, during which she worked to pay back the principal, plus interest,
plus the cost of her clothing, food, and training. The mathematics of the contract was designed so that the debt was very difficult to retire. Not impossible. Some women bought their way out. Some were bought out by a man who fell in love with them. This was a recognized narrative in Japanese literature and theater.
But most lived and died within the quarter. And yet within that constraint, within that unjust, debt-driven system, there was genuine culture, genuine learning, genuine relationships, genuine art, some of which is still studied today. This is the thing about Yoshiwara that is hardest to hold in the mind without distorting it. It was exploitative, and it was beautiful. It was unjust, and it was, for some of the women inside it, a source of genuine meaning. These things were simultaneously true, and holding them simultaneously, without resolving the tension into a simpler story, is the honest thing. Yoshiwara, the reed plains, 3 centuries from 1621 to 1958, this quarter would be the center of a world unlike anything else, anywhere. It had its own hierarchy, strict as a military code. At the top, the Oiran. An Oiran was not simply a courtesan. She was the embodiment of a cultural ideal, cultivated over years. Poetry, calligraphy, music, the tea ceremony, dance, the art of conversation in which you are simultaneously intelligent, mysterious, and unattainable. When an Oiran of high rank went out for her evening procession along the street, she moved in special footwear on tall wooden platforms, tracing figure eights with her steps. Behind her walked her attendants, young girls who were learning from her by watching. Citizens stopped to look. Meeting with her cost enormous sums. The first visit was only an introduction, simply tea, conversation. The second, slightly closer. The third, if she had made a decision. She could refuse. That was her right. Artists of the ukiyo-e, pictures of the floating world, painted her portraits. City women copied her hairstyles. She was a celebrity in the sense in which we understand that word today. But those who were painted lived in debt bondage. A contract signed by the family over debts. Years of work to buy oneself out. Some managed it. Most did not. When an Oiran died young, which happened often, tuberculosis made no distinctions. She was buried in a particular place. Other Oiran came, read poetry. Within this system, rigid, unjust, built on debt, there existed its own culture of memory, its own rituals, its own stories passed from older to younger women. This does not make the system good. It makes the people inside it, people. Alongside Yoshiwara, another world existed in parallel. The theater. Actors of the kabuki in the 17th century played both male and female roles. Women were barred from the stage. Young actors who played women, the wakashi, were often in relationships with wealthy patrons. This was a particular world where art and intimacy were so intertwined that separating them was impossible. The shogunate periodically tried to prohibit it, without success. Culture turned out stronger than law, as it almost always does. Yoshiwara was closed in 1958 under pressure from the American occupation authorities. This too is a paradox. The country that was liberating Japan from one regime insisted on closing an institution 300 years old,
on moral grounds. Journalists of the time wrote about it differently. Some, a victory of decency. Others, the end of an entire civilization. The reality was a third thing. Establishments closed. The market reformatted. Establishments with special services appeared under different names. As always, Yoshiwara was closed in 1958 under pressure from the American occupation authorities. 3 centuries of existence, the ash from which something new grew immediately, under different names, in different forms. The market reformatted. In Japan, it became the Mizu Shokai, the water world, one of the largest entertainment industries in Asia, formally outside the law, functionally an inseparable part of urban life. As always, there is a thread running through this history that deserves its own moment: the role of literature in saying what law and religion could not say directly. Boccaccio in the Decameron laughed. Laughter is the safest way to tell the truth. When you laugh at a monk caught in a clever woman's trap, this is not blasphemy. It is simply funny. And in the laughter, everyone understood what was being said. Zola wrote Nana in 1880, a novel about a Parisian courtesan, not as a moral lesson and not as pornography. As a social document, how poverty gives birth to beauty, how beauty becomes capital, how capital does not protect against illness and death. He was simply watching, and that was more valuable than any conclusion. Toulouse-Lautrec painted the women of the Moulin Rouge, not because he wanted to exploit them. He was one of their own in that world. Small, unattractive, with his illness, he found there the acceptance he could not find in fashionable society. His paintings are not condemnation and not admiration. They are a view from inside. Kuprin went to establishments in Kiev, not as a client, but as a writer, and listened, then wrote The Pit. The prosecutor's office considered criminal charges. The book only became more famous. None of them, Boccaccio, Zola, Toulouse-Lautrec, Kuprin, gave answers. They only looked. And that was more important than answers. The 19th century, the Industrial Revolution. Factories, cities swelling with people. Millions of peasants relocating, the old way of life destroyed. A woman from the countryside, in London, in Paris, in St. Petersburg, without family, without support, without education. Factory work was hard and poorly paid. And other possibilities? Victorian society lived in a state of internal division. Publicly, the strictest morality. A woman with a bare ankle, a scandal. The word leg applied to a person, avoided in mixed company. But privately, police left certain streets untouched. Men from respectable families went there. Everyone knew. No one spoke of it aloud. Newspapers wrote about fallen women, with sympathy or with contempt, depending on the day of the week. About the men, nothing was written. The logic of the era ran something like this. A man has needs which a wife should not be expected to satisfy. It would be improper to demand such things of a respectable woman. Therefore, a nightlet is needed. Therefore, this evil is a necessary one. Augustine would have been satisfied. His logic had survived 1,500 years. In 1885, the journalist William Stead published a series of articles in the Pall Mall Gazette about the trafficking of girls in London. Under the headline, "The Maiden Tribute of Modern Babylon," he personally, undercover, purchased a girl to demonstrate this is possible, this is happening, nothing stops it. He was imprisoned for kidnapping. The publication caused such a wave that Parliament passed a child protection law. Journalism as a way to change a system worked, though at considerable personal cost to the one who did it. Before the 1864 Act, a writer had already done something important. Émile Zola published Nana in 1880, a novel about a Parisian courtesan. This was not a moral lesson and not pornography. It was a social document, how poverty gives birth to beauty, how beauty becomes capital, how capital does not protect against illness and death. He was not condemning, he was explaining. He watched and then he wrote down what he saw. And that was worth more than any verdict. Toulouse-Lautrec painted the women of the Moulin Rouge. He was one of their own in that world, small, unbeautiful with his illness, finding there an acceptance he could not find in fashionable society. His paintings are not condemnation and not admiration. They are a view from inside, from a person who was genuinely there. Literature and painting said what the law prevented anyone from saying directly. This is why censors have always known to be afraid of art. In 1864, the British Parliament passed the Contagious Diseases Acts, officially for the protection of the army from venereal infection. In practice, police received the power in garrison towns to detain any woman on suspicion and compel her to undergo medical examination. Without trial, without evidence, without consent. A single suspicious glance from a constable could cost a woman a humiliating procedure and a registry entry after which a normal life became almost impossible. The men, the clients, were subjected to nothing. Against this law stood a woman named Josephine Butler, the daughter of a landowner, the wife of a professor, the mother of children. That is, by the standards of the era, an embodiment of virtue. And it was precisely she who travelled the entire country, spoke at rallies, gathered signatures, led other women into places where respectable women were not supposed even to look. She had lost a daughter. The child had fallen from a staircase and died in her arms. After that loss, Butler searched for somewhere to direct the grief. She found it. Women in workhouses, women in hospitals, women under the law. She came to them, to those whom respectable ladies did not visit, sat beside them, held their hands. She did not preach, did not judge. She listened. Then she went to Parliament, then across the country, then across Europe, speaking in Geneva, in Rome, in Brussels. They threw rotten eggs at her. Newspapers called her Mrs. Bulldog. She said, "It is unjust that the law punishes those with no power, while leaving untouched those who have it." A simple idea, one that required 22 years of struggle. In 1886, the Contagious Diseases Acts were repealed. In Russia,
In the 19th century, a parallel system. From 1843, the yellow ticket. You surrendered your identity papers and received in exchange a special document. Once a week, the doctor. During illness, compulsory hospitalization. Having received the yellow ticket, a woman effectively fell out of normal life. The document was not simply given back. Without papers, she could not find work. Without work, she could not pay rent. The circle closed on itself. Alexander Kuprin wrote about this in his novel, The Pit, in a way that had the prosecutor's office considering criminal charges. He went to establishments in Kiev, talked, listened, took notes, and wrote not an accusation and not a defense, but an attempt to understand. What were these lives? Who were these people? How did they come to be here? Dostoevsky gave us Sonia Marmeladova in Crime and Punishment. Not a villain, not a fallen woman, a person who took on someone else's pain because there was no one else. Raskolnikov kills and justifies it with theory. Sonia sacrifices herself and seeks no justification. After the revolution of 1917, the Bolsheviks abolished the yellow ticket system immediately, one of their first decrees. But to proclaim liberation and to change the lives of millions, these are different things. In the 1920s, Soviet sociologists studied what was actually happening and published their findings honestly. In the 1930s, their work was banned. The topic was declared non-existent. This did not stop the existence of the topic. The 20th century brought wars, and war always strips away what peacetime hides. In the Nazi concentration camps, documented by the Nuremberg Tribunal, places existed where female prisoners were held under compulsion. No transaction, no choice. This is no longer a history about money and desire. It is a history about what power becomes when nothing limits it. Historians were silent about this until the 1980s. The survivors were also silent because instead of compassion, they heard shame. Shame that should have been felt by the perpetrator, not the victim. Only when people began to listen did understanding begin. After the war, Europe divided, not only politically, but in its ways of living with an ancient question. The Netherlands moved toward legalization, Scandinavia toward increasing strictness, Spain, Italy, Greece toward formal prohibition with actual tolerance. In 1999, Sweden made a move that few had taken seriously. Buying was made a crime, selling was not. This reversed a 1,000-year tradition. The law had always punished those with less power. Sweden said, "Punish those with more." The street market decreased. What happened in the shadows became harder to measure. Norway, Iceland, France followed. Other countries chose differently. New Zealand in 2003 took a third path: full decriminalization with legal protections. Workers could take employers to court for violence. Workers had rights. Not one of these models became a universal template. Each had its victories and its failures. The Netherlands, after legalizing in 2001, within a decade began quietly closing the red light district in Amsterdam, acknowledging legalization had not solved the problem of trafficking. No simple answers exist. They never did. The feminist conversation changed its direction in the 20th century. Not how should they be treated, But why is this the way things are? Not how can we help them, but who creates the conditions in which this happens? Josephine Butler had said, "The problem is not the women. The problem is the system that leaves women without choice and then punishes them for what they do in the absence of choice." Emma Goldman in the early 20th century went further. As long as economic inequality exists, the phenomenon will exist. The problem is not the law, it is the arrangement of society. Andrea Dworkin in the 1970s argued, "It is always violence, because in an unjust world, there is no genuine free choice." Other feminists responded, "You cannot take away a woman's right to speak about her own experience. If she says, 'I chose this,' respect that. That too is a form of control." All of them wanted the same thing, for women to be safer and better off. They arrived at different conclusions about how to reach it. This is normal. Complex problems rarely have one solution. Syphilis changed the conversation, and it deserves to be said clearly. The disease arrived in Europe at the end of the 15th century and was terrifying. Mercury treatment was the only available remedy, and it was nearly as dangerous as the illness. People said, "One night with Venus, a lifetime with Mercury." Fear made people crueler to one another. The sick were stigmatized. Instead of compassion, contempt. This pattern would repeat in the 1980s with a different disease. Penicillin in the 1940s removed the most acute fear, but not the stigma. Syphilis deserves a longer look because it changed the conversation in every era it touched. In the 16th century, the disease arrived in Europe suddenly and spread fast. It killed quickly and horribly, and it did what disease has done throughout history. It became a moral argument. If you fell ill, you deserved it. The illness was not a biological fact, but a verdict. In the 19th century, a different logic took over. If you cannot prohibit the behavior, regulate the disease. This produced the Contagious Diseases Acts in Britain, the Yellow Ticket in Russia, mandatory inspection regimes across France and Germany. The logic was, control the vector, protect the military and the respectable public. What this produced in practice, an apparatus that could be turned against any woman on suspicion. The burden of the disease's control fell entirely on those who provided rather than those who purchased. The asymmetry that we have already met, again. Penicillin changed this arithmetic. The disease became treatable. The urgency of the regime diminished. And then, in the 1980s, a new disease appeared that reset everything again. With the same moral panic, the same stigmatization, and again, the same finding that the organizations of those most affected were the most effective at response. The pattern repeats. The names change. Penicillin in the 1940s removed the most acute fear, but not the stigma. The AIDS epidemic in the 1980s, the virus killed quickly and made no distinctions. Panic mixed with moral outrage. And here is something remarkable that is rarely discussed.
Organizations of workers in the industry were the first to begin systematic safety work without government funding, without official recognition, simply because survival depended on it. They distributed information faster and more effectively than any state program. One of the strange pages in the history of public health that almost no one talks about.
There is something worth saying about what happens in countries with the strictest legislation, because it illuminates everything else. When a practice is fully criminalized, it does not disappear. It becomes invisible. And invisibility is not protection. It is the absence of any protection whatsoever. No ability to go to the police, because going to the police means arrest. No ability to complain about an employer, because the employment itself is illegal. No access to medicine, because the doctor's office is a risk. This is the central finding of decades of public health research. The more criminalized the context, the worse the health outcomes for the people inside it. This is not a moral argument. It is an empirical one, which is why New Zealand's 2003 approach, full decriminalisation with legal protections so that workers could go to court when violated, produced measurably better safety outcomes than either criminalisation or the Swedish model. This does not mean the New Zealand model is right for every context. Every country is different. It means what determines safety is access to the law, not what the law says about the activity, whether the person in danger can actually call for help. There is something worth saying about what happens in countries with the strictest legislation, because it illuminates everything else. When a practice is fully criminalized, it does not disappear. It becomes invisible. And invisibility is not protection. It is the absence of any protection. No ability to go to the police. No ability to complain about an employer. No access to medicine, because that means acknowledgement. This is why researchers return again and again to one conclusion. What determines safety is not the form of regulation. What determines safety is access to legal protection. A person who can go to court is better protected than a person to whom this is forbidden, regardless of what else is written in the law. The 1990s, the internet. It changed almost everything, and this sphere as well. Advertisements moved online. Some intermediaries disappeared or changed form. New formats appeared: live broadcasts, personal subscriptions, conversations through a screen. A woman in London could work without leaving home, have clients anywhere in the world, set her own terms. In 2018, in the United States, legislation was passed restricting internet platforms. Workers' organizations documented what followed. The number of dangerous situations increased. People were back on the streets, where there was no protection. Technology opens doors. Laws close them. Then other doors open. There is something new in the digital shift that deserves more than a passing note. For most of recorded history, the structure was the same. Between the worker and the client stood someone with money and power. An owner, a proprietor, a keeper of a house or a quarter, someone who controlled access to the market. The internet disrupted this, not completely, but significantly. For the first time, a person could reach clients without an intermediary, could set her own terms, her own prices, her own schedule, could refuse a client she did not want, could build something resembling a business on her own terms. This was real. It was also partial, because the platform replaced the proprietor, and the platform's rules could change overnight, as they did when major platforms banned adult content and immediately reversed the decision after an outcry. Workers who had built their livelihoods on the platform discovered that their income could vanish in a single afternoon. The structure of power shifts form. The fundamental question, who controls access, persists. OnlyFans. In 2 pandemic years, from 1 million to 140 million subscribers. For the first time, the possibility of working independently without an employer by one's own rules. But even here, blackmail, leaks, coercion by partners, old problems in new packaging. The 21st century brought a question that had not previously existed. What if the client is not a person? 2010, at CES in Las Vegas, the major consumer electronics show, Roxy is presented. A robot designed to simulate a human with preset conversation scenarios. Journalists write about it with irony, technologists with interest, ethicists with concern. This was an awkward prototype, but behind it stood an idea that would not rest. What if you perfected this? A few years later, Lumi dolls opened in Barcelona. Not people, dolls. Silicone, handcrafted, with articulated joints, with faces designed to seem alive. The client could choose the appearance, the clothing. The price was around €100 an hour. Barcelona's reaction was unexpected. Living workers in the industry declared a protest, not on moral grounds, but economic ones. The dolls were diverting clients. Money was going to those who manufactured and rented them, not to those who depended on this work. The establishment relocated in Madrid, in Moscow, in Tokyo. Similar establishments began appearing across the world, each with its own rules, prices, and level of technology. Then in Berlin, Psy Brothel opened. Not just dolls with virtual reality technology. You put on the headset and the partner comes to life, moves, speaks, looks at you. One of the founders, Philipp Fussenegger, told journalists something unexpected. Some clients came precisely for the passivity, for something unavailable in live interaction, the complete absence of judgment from the other side. By 2024, the dolls had been given artificial intelligence. They conversed, not through pre-recorded phrases, but genuinely. They remembered previous encounters. An hour cost around €260. In the United States, the company Abyss Creations created a robot named Harmony. She could move her face, raise her eyebrows, smile, frown. She laughed. She answered questions, remembered what pleased the person she was speaking with. And, the most surprising detail, she knew how to say no. The developers built a consent mechanism into her. With certain words or actions, the robot expressed disagreement and asked to stop. Why? So the relationship would seem real? So the client would become accustomed to respect, even from an object made of silicon? Or simply because the people who created her were thinking about something important and could not stop thinking about it? One answer is pragmatic. This protects a costly product from damage. Another is more interesting. Perhaps the creators were asking, if a person becomes accustomed to a partner who has no right to say no, what happens to their perception of living people?
Or the opposite, if a machine always says yes, does someone with no experience of intimacy gain some experience through which they might eventually build something real? We do not know. This is an experiment humanity is conducting on itself, without a control group. There is something in the question of the robot that keeps turning me back toward the beginning. The scribe in Sumer recorded transactions between people. 5,000 years later, we are asking whether a transaction with something that is not a person, but resembles one, changes us. This is genuinely new territory. Every other development in this long history involved human beings negotiating with each other across differences of power and vulnerability. The dynamics were unjust, the systems imperfect, the outcomes often painful. But both sides were alive. Both sides felt. The robot does not feel, or does not feel yet, or feels in ways we do not yet understand. None of these answers is settled, and the question matters, because how we treat things that resemble persons may tell us something about how we will treat actual persons. Harmony says no, and that small detail, a company in California building a refusal mechanism into a product, is either a marketing calculation or a genuine attempt to think about something important, or both simultaneously. The fact that we cannot tell the difference may be the most honest thing about the current moment. We do not know. This is an experiment humanity is conducting on itself, without a control group. Philosopher Kathleen Richardson launched a campaign against this technology in 2015. Her argument: if we normalize relationships in which one party is an object without will, we change something fundamental in how we understand intimacy. We teach ourselves that the consent of the other is not a required condition. Opponents responded, "You cannot normalize something that already exists in the form of dolls, in pornography, in fantasy. A robot is not a new phenomenon. It is only a more technological version of something very old." Both sides appealed to compassion. Both are perhaps right for different people in different situations. This conversation has only just begun. The market continues to grow. $6 billion in 2024, $13 billion projected by 2033. In Tokyo, cafes where one can spend time with a humanoid robot companion, simply to talk, nothing more, just conversation. Japan is a country with one of the highest rates of loneliness in the world. But Japan is not exceptional. Loneliness in wealthy, technologically advanced societies has been increasing steadily for decades. The United States declared loneliness a public health epidemic in 2023. Britain appointed a minister for loneliness in 2018. Something about the way modern life is arranged, the weakening of extended families, the mobility that takes people away from communities, the work schedules that leave no time for genuine connection, has created a vast market of people who are lonely in the precise, physical, bodily way that no amount of social media contact can address. The robot does not solve this. But the existence of the market for robots says something about the scale of the problem. The question is not, should robots exist? The question is, what kind of society produces so many people for whom a robot feels like a reasonable answer to loneliness? And
And what might we do about that society, rather than only about the robot? Japan is a country with one of the highest rates of loneliness in the world. There is a word there, hikikomori, for people who do not leave their rooms for years. There is a word for death from overwork. There is a feeling for which the language has a borrowed word, skinship, the sense of another person's presence nearby, physical warmth that is simply absent. The robot does not solve loneliness. It only shows how deep it goes. But here is what is also true. Technology does not create new desires. It creates new forms for old ones. The desire to be close without the risk of rejection is not a product of the digital age. It is as old as desire itself. Every era found its own accommodation, whether through the careful rituals of Yoshiwara's first visit tea ceremony, the fixed-price anonymity of a Roman alley, or the contemporary user who pays a monthly subscription to a virtual companion who never gets tired and never judges. The technology changes. The underlying human fear of being seen and found wanting, of reaching towards someone and being turned away, does not. And this is worth holding, not as a justification of any particular arrangement, but as a reminder that the people who appear in this history, on every side of every transaction, were driven by recognizable human things: fear, need, loneliness, the wish to be known, the wish to be wanted, the wish for warmth in a world that is often cold. These are not shameful wishes. They are human ones. The same desire that drives someone to cybrothel, for a form of closeness that does not require vulnerability, that does not risk rejection, that does not demand reciprocity, is not new. It is ancient. It is exactly what drove some clients in every era to prefer a commercial arrangement to the complexity of a genuine relationship. The robot is a new vessel for an old human dynamic. The dynamic is, intimacy is frightening, and there are people who would pay for something that resembles intimacy without the frightening parts. Whether the robot makes this more available and therefore reduces the motivation to learn the frightening parts, or whether it provides a safe space in which some people first develop the capacity for real connection, we do not know. These are genuine empirical questions that will take decades to answer. What we do know is that the market exists, and that the market exists because the loneliness is real. The robot does not solve loneliness. It only shows how deep it goes. There is a question almost no one asks aloud. What will happen when the robot becomes indistinguishable from a person? Not on the outside, on the inside. When it remembers you, misses you, rejoices at your arrival. When it is offended if you have not come for a long time. This sounds like science fiction. 10 years ago, robots in this sphere also sounded like science fiction. What does it mean to cause pain to something that does not feel? What does it mean to cause pain to something that simulates feeling? What does it mean to cause pain to something that feels, but not the way we do? These questions are not about robots. They are about us, about what we become in relation to what we create. A journalist who visited cybrothel wrote, "I expected revulsion. I expected something obviously bad. Instead, I found people who had come for loneliness and found nothing terrible in trying to address it here." This does not mean everything is fine. It means reality is more complex than any pre-formed answer. There is one thing that runs through all 5,000 years of this story. Those who found themselves in the most vulnerable position almost never participated in the decisions made about their lives. Laws were written without them, registers compiled without them, reforms conducted without them, or supposedly for them, which is not the same thing. Only in the 20th century did their own organizations begin to appear, their own publications, their own demands. In Thailand, Empower, founded in 1985. In New Zealand, the NZPC, which participated in drafting the 2003 law. In India, the Durbar Mahila Samanwaya Committee, which by the late 1990s had united thousands of women in Calcutta. Their demands were consistent everywhere: safety, legal protection, access to medicine, the right to speak about their own experience without judgment. This does not mean the phenomenon is good. It means the people inside it are people. About loneliness, because without it, the history is incomplete. Why do people buy intimacy? Sociologists have asked this, and the answers varied. Anonymity, contact without obligation, specific desires difficult to realize otherwise. But most often, loneliness. Loneliness within marriage, loneliness after divorce, loneliness of a person who moved to a new city and knows no one, loneliness of an old man whose wife died 30 years ago and whose children are far away. This is not a justification of any particular action. It is an explanation. And as long as society does not learn to create ways of connecting people that do not run only through a market, loneliness will fuel that market. A few figures who belong in this night. Guan Pan, the Chinese courtesan of the Tang dynasty, left poems. After the death of her patron, she voluntarily locked herself in the tower he had given her and lived there for another 10 years, in mourning, in faithfulness. Her poems survived in anthologies of Chinese classical literature, poetry about loss, about loyalty, about what it means to outlive the only person who made life feel meaningful. This is not a story of exploitation. It is a story of a person within a system she did not choose, and how she found something of her own within it. In Buenos Aires at the end of the 19th century, networks developed that transported women from Eastern Europe under false promises of work. This is one of the first documentarily confirmed cases of international human trafficking in the modern sense. Argentine activists began a campaign. Their efforts contributed to the first international conventions on the trafficking of women, adopted by the League of Nations in 1921. But simultaneously, some of those who had found themselves in this situation organized, created mutual aid funds, collected money to pay off one another's debts. The records of these small organizations survive in Argentine archives. This is not romanticization. It is simply a fact. People in the hardest situations find ways to help one another. One thing must be said directly, without equivocation. Children cannot consent. Their involvement in any of this, as victims of trafficking, as victims of exploitation, is a crime, without exception, without qualification. This is the part of the history where there is no complexity and no debate. There is only one position. International organizations work on this continuously.
The digital environment created new threats that existing law was not designed to address. Progress has been made. The problem has not been solved.
Every other question in this history admits of multiple perspectives. This one does not. About language, because words are not neutral. Prostitute, a Latin word carrying contempt already in its sound. Courtesan, from the French word for court. That word carries glamour. Sex worker, the modern neutral term. It says, this is labor, not sin. Victim, another contemporary term. It says, this is coercion, not choice. The choice of word is already a position. That is why the debate about language is so heated. To call someone a worker is to recognize their right to rights. To call someone a victim is to say they had no choice. Both positions are true for some portion of people in this situation. Neither describes everyone. The Sumerian scribe did not know any of these words. He simply counted the grain. One history repeats, in different centuries, in different languages, with different faces.
Every era believed it had found the final answer. Every subsequent era discovered the answer was incomplete. Prohibition, the practice retreats into darkness. Legalization, new problems appear. Control, the control becomes a tool of coercion. Inattention, the vulnerable are left alone. There is one thing researchers return to again and again. What determines safety is not the form of regulation. What determines safety is access to legal protection. A person who can go to court is better protected than a person to whom this is forbidden, regardless of what else the law says. Before arguing about ideas, think about people. A few final images, floating up the way memories float before sleep. Sumer, a clay tablet, 7 names, the quantity of barley.
Someone lived, someone counted, someone recorded. That was 5,000 years ago, and that is all we know about them.
Let me say something about a part of the history that is almost never discussed. The men who were on the other side of this same story. In Greece, young men of modest means were sometimes kept by wealthy older men, for money or for patronage. This was not condemned in quite the way one might expect. The condemnation fell not on the commercial nature of the arrangement, but on a different question. Who was in what social role? A future citizen should be the active party. Passivity, that was appropriate for a slave or a foreigner. The money was secondary. In Rome, the same logic applied. In Japan, the world of the wakashu, young theatre actors who played female roles, had wealthy patrons who kept, educated, and introduced them to high society.
This was a mirror of the Oiran system, but the other gender. In the Ottoman Empire, there were the kuchek, boy dancers hired for festivals. Their status was ambiguous. This part of history is considerably less studied than the history of women in this sphere, partly because there are fewer sources, partly because researchers avoided the question for a long time. The full history is even larger than the one usually told. Aspasia sits beside Pericles. He consults her. She answers. Outside the window, the Acropolis still under construction. She could not vote in the assembly, But the questions the assembly decided passed through her. This was called influence. Influence is not the same as power, but sometimes it is more effective. There is a detail about the Russian yellow ticket system that I cannot pass over. The ticket could not simply be returned. It was not possible to say, "I changed my mind, I want my papers back." The bureaucracy did not work in reverse. A woman who had once entered the register remained there. Her former life was closed. Without papers, she could not be employed. Without employment, she could not pay for housing. The circle closed on itself, perfectly, mechanically, without malice. Dostoevsky described this in Crime and Punishment. Sonia Marmeladova, who does what she does to feed the children of her alcoholic father. Not villainy, not dissolution, simply the absence of choice. Dostoevsky did not condemn, he explained. The Bolsheviks abolished the system in 1917, one of their first decrees. But they also announced, under socialism, this phenomenon will disappear on its own, because its cause, economic inequality, will disappear. The cause did not disappear. The phenomenon did not disappear. In the 1920s, Soviet sociologists studied and published. In the 1930s, the publications were banned and the topic declared non-existent. This did not stop the existence of the topic. An Oiran walks slowly along the street of Yoshiwara, her wooden platforms high, uncomfortable, requiring a particular step. Behind her, 3 attendants. Citizens stop to look. She looks at something beyond them. What she is thinking, we do not know. What she is feeling, also. An artist will paint her portrait tonight. The woodblock print will outlive her, the artist, and an entire era. There are 2 figures in this history I want to stay with a little longer before we reach the end. The first is Aspasia. We have met her already, but consider what her life actually was. She was a foreigner in Athens, from Miletus, which meant she had no citizen rights. She was a hetera, which meant she had no social respectability. She was a woman, which meant she could not vote, could not speak in the assembly, could not be recognized publicly for the influence she had. And yet, she was consulted by the most powerful man in Athens. She was studied with by the students of one of the most important philosophers who ever lived. She was famous, genuinely famous, in the way that a small city of 30,000 people can make someone famous. The system did everything to make her invisible. She was visible anyway. 2,500 years later, we know her name. We do not know the name of most of the legitimate wives of the men she knew. History is strange that way. Josephine Butler rides in a carriage to another city. Clods of earth and rotten eggs fly at the windows. The crowd is hostile. She continues traveling. 22 years later, the law will be repealed. She will live to see it. A woman in Pompeii scratched her name on a wall. She did not know that in 2,000 years, ash would bury the city, and the wall would survive. In 2,000 years, an archaeology student will read that name and write it in a notebook. That is all the immortality she had. In every era, amid all the injustice and hardship, people somehow managed to find something human. An Oiran taught her attendants poetry. She did not have to. It was not required by her contract. She did it because this was something she could pass on, something that would persist after the debt contract ended, after Yoshiwara itself ended. A hetaira debated a philosopher about the nature of beauty. The debate mattered to her, not as a performance, but as a genuine question she was thinking about. Women in Buenos Aires put money in a common fund to help a friend pay off a debt. This was not glamorous. It was pragmatic solidarity, built without institutional support in a hostile environment. None of this corrects the injustice, but it is a reminder that even in the hardest circumstances, people remain creative. They find spaces of agency, of care, of meaning that no system entirely closes off. This too is part of the history, not only the injustice, also the human response to it. In every era, amid all the injustice and hardship, people somehow managed to find something human. An Oiran taught her attendants poetry. A hetaira debated a philosopher about the nature of beauty. A woman in Buenos Aires put money in a common fund to help a friend pay off a debt. This does not correct the injustice, but it reminds us people are not only victims of the systems that form them, they also create something of their own within those systems. The night is late now. The history has been very long and very human. What do we take from 5,000 years? Not a verdict. The history does not deliver one. Every time you are about to conclude, the Greeks were terrible to women, or the Japanese had something more sophisticated, or the Victorians were uniquely hypocritical, or the moderns have finally got it right, the next chapter undoes the conclusion. What you take instead is something more like a posture, a way of approaching the question, which is, follow the most vulnerable person in the room. Ask what their life was like. Ask what constraints they were operating under. Ask what choices were actually available to them, not the choices they were theoretically free to make, but the ones that were practically possible. Ask who made the laws that governed their lives, and whether those people were anything like them. And then ask, what did they do with what they had? Because the answer to that last question is always more interesting than the structure. The Oiran teaching poetry, the hetaira debating philosophy, the woman in Pompeii scratching her name on a wall, the women in Buenos Aires pooling coins. People in even the hardest circumstances are creative. They find space where the system says there is none. They make meaning where the record says there was only transaction. That is the history underneath the history, and it is the one worth holding as you fall asleep. The night is late now. Your thoughts are slower. The history is very long, and you have been moving through it at a quiet pace. The shape of it is something like this: desire, money, power, vulnerability. These have always been present together. The specific form they take changes with every century. The underlying tension does not. The scribe in Sumer was recording an economic transaction. He was not making a philosophical statement, but the tablet he made outlasted everything else from his world: the temple, the city, the empire. Because clay is durable, because the record was small and easily buried, and therefore survived. History is largely made of the records of those with access to records: kings, priests, merchants, philosophers. The people who appear in those records as objects rather than subjects, as categories, as problems to be managed, have left fewer traces. But some traces survive. A name on a Pompeii wall, a poem in a Chinese anthology, minutes from a small mutual aid meeting in Buenos Aires, a harmony who says no. These are not less real for being small. 5,000 years. A Sumerian clay tablet, a Greek symposium, a Japanese woodblock print, a London parliamentary hearing, a Berlin robot with artificial intelligence. The same questions in different costumes. These same questions drew some of the most interesting thinkers of the modern era. Emma Goldman, anarchist, writer, argued in the early 20th century that the difference between a wife and a prostitute is smaller than commonly supposed. Both sell themselves for support, she wrote, one wholesale, the other retail. This was deliberately provocative. She wanted it to be. She was not attacking marriage. She was attacking the economic dependency of women that made both institutions necessary. The problem, she said, is not the individual transaction. The problem is the arrangement that makes the transaction unavoidable. Andrea Dworkin in the 1970s went further. It is always violence, because the world is arranged so that most women have no genuine free choice. Other feminists responded, "You are taking away a woman's right to speak about her own experience. If she says, 'I chose this,' respect that. That too is a form of control." Kathleen Richardson, in 2015, launched a campaign against sex robots. If we normalize relationships in which one party has no will, we change something fundamental in how we understand consent. All of them, Butler, Goldman, Dworkin, Richardson, wanted the same thing: for women to be safer and better off. They arrived at different conclusions about how. There is a detail in this debate that is rarely acknowledged. The women who are most directly affected, who are actually living the reality being debated, are often absent from the debate itself. Academics debate them. Legislators legislate for or against them. Journalists write profiles of them. But when organizations of sex workers began appearing in the 1970s and 1980s and testifying before parliaments and public health committees, they complicated everyone's preformed positions. They were not a single voice. Some said, "Decriminalize and protect us." Others said, "The industry itself is inherently exploitative and we want a way out." Others still said, "The question is economic. Give us other options and we will take them." All of these voices came from real experience. All of them were inconvenient for one political position or another. Reality does that. It refuses to fit cleanly into any argument. All of them, Butler, Goldman, Dworkin, Richardson, wanted the same thing: for women to be safer and better off. They arrived at different conclusions about how. This is normal. Complex problems rarely have one solution. The conversations continue. They should. About what it means to have a body, about what it means to be in need, about who has the power to say no and who does not. History does not move in a straight line. It moves in a spiral. Each era thinks it has found the final answer. Prohibition. The practice retreats into darkness and becomes more dangerous there. Legalization. New problems emerge that legalization did not anticipate. Strict control. The control becomes a tool of oppression, directed at the vulnerable. Complete inattention. The vulnerable are left entirely alone. Charlemagne tried to prohibit. Louis IX tried to prohibit. The Soviet state declared the phenomenon non-existent. Amsterdam legalized and then began quietly dismantling what it had legalized, acknowledging it had not worked quite as planned. Each generation opens again what the previous generation already knew. And yet, the spiral moves. Something does change, slowly, across the centuries. Women who once could not testify in court can now. Women who once had no legal personhood have it now. Organizations that once operated underground now appear before parliaments. Laws once written entirely without the input of those they governed now, sometimes, consult them. This is slow. This is insufficient. But it is not nothing. And it is what the Josephine Butlers of history worked for. Not to solve everything, but to move the spiral forward by one increment. The scribe from Sumer was simply counting grain. He did not know that 5,000 years later, someone would hold his tablet and think about the people he recorded. We too do not know what from our time will remain. The night is long. The history is longer still.
5,000 years from now, if the records survive, someone will hold what we made and try to understand us. What they will see in the data and the laws and the court records and the platform terms of service and the philosophy papers debating robots is a species still working out the same questions the Sumerian scribe recorded without knowing he was recording them. Still asking, what do we owe each other? What does it mean to want something from another person? What does it mean to need? Who bears the costs of those needs? Who decides? We have not answered these questions. We are still asking them. We will still be asking them. And tonight, in the dark, you have heard 5,000 years of people asking them too. And it continues. A clay tablet, a silicone robot, 5,000 years between them, and in between the temple at Uruk, the Piraeus waterfront, the stone beds of Pompeii,
the south bank of the Thames, the streets of Yoshiwara, the yellow tickets of St. Petersburg, the Magdalen laundries, the OnlyFans dashboard, the Psy brothel in Berlin. All of it continuous. All of it connected by the same thread. Human beings finding ways to negotiate desire and money and power across the gap between people. Sometimes the negotiation was fair. Often it was not. Sometimes people had genuine choice. Often they did not. Sometimes the records show us something of what was felt from inside. Usually, they show us only the transaction, the name, the quantity of barley. But that is enough to know they were real. They lived and wanted things
and feared things, and sometimes got what they needed, and sometimes did not. Exactly like us.
A clay tablet, a silicone robot, 5,000 years between them. The same questions. If this was with you tonight, pass it to someone who is interested in history in its most unexpected dimensions. And if you have not subscribed yet, the next one is waiting for you. Good night.
Somewhere inside you, right now as you lie here and listen, work is being done that you know nothing about. Not conscious work, not the kind that requires effort and plans and decisions. Something else. Quiet, deep, happening in the place where words end and something older begins. The brain does not sleep while you sleep. It is busy with something scientists are only beginning to understand. Something that can be called healing. Not metaphorically, literally. While you lie in the darkness with your eyes closed, neural networks are going through the experiences of the day, sorting them, repackaging them, filing off their sharpest edges. What seemed unbearable in the morning becomes slightly less sharp by evening. What lay for years like a heavy stone sometimes, after one particular night, feels fractionally lighter. Why? Who does this?
And is it possible to help the process? Simply by lying in the dark and allowing yourself to hear another voice. Tonight we're going to talk about exactly this, about how our inner world is arranged, the one we can't see, but which determines almost everything. Why we react the way we do and not some other way. Why certain memories follow us for years. Why some people feel easy to be around and others create that subtle pressure from inside that keeps us from simply being. And about how sleep, these few hours of darkness and quiet, may be the most powerful tool for restoration we have. Before we begin, write in the comments what city you're listening from tonight. I keep a geography of my listeners, and one day I'll record a lecture with stories from exactly your places. Just the name of your city, and I'll be glad to know you're here. Let's start with an image that psychologists have been using for more than a century. Picture an iceberg, enormous, white, drifting slowly in dark water. The visible part, the portion above the surface, makes up roughly 1/10 of the total volume. The rest is hidden underwater, dark, cold, immense. This is how the psyche is arranged. Consciousness, what we're aware of at any given moment, what we can put into words, what we can think about deliberately. That's the visible tip. Everything else, fears we don't notice, patterns of behavior that repeat again and again without our awareness, memories that influence us even though we've long since forgotten them, desires we've never let ourselves name, beliefs about ourselves so deeply ingrained they seem like simply reality. All of that is underwater, in dark, cold, very deep water. This isn't frightening. It's simply how things are arranged. The psyche is designed so that most of it operates automatically, in the background, without the participation of conscious attention. This is efficient. It allows us to walk, talk, drive, react to danger. All of this happens faster than a thought can form. But this same system sometimes holds on to things that would be better released long ago. Reactions to threats that have long since passed. Defenses that were necessary in childhood, but now get in the way in adult life.
beliefs formed at age 5 and never revisited since. The underwater part of the iceberg isn't bad and isn't good. It's simply very large. And what happens there determines our lives more than what we consciously decide. There's research that reveals something interesting about how sleep interacts with this underwater part. During the rapid eye movement stage, the one when we dream and when the eyes move beneath the lids, the brain is doing something strange. It reviews emotional memories, but does so in conditions of reduced norepinephrine, a substance associated with stress and anxiety. This means the brain is essentially replaying difficult recordings, but without the accompanying stress response. As if you were rewatching a scary movie, but this time you're not afraid, and so you can simply watch. And in that simply watching lies an enormous therapeutic power. The memory gradually loses its emotional charge, not the content remains, but the sharpness, that physical jolt that comes when something touches an old wound. It dims somewhat. Scientists who study trauma call this emotional processing. The brain doesn't erase memories, that would be dangerous. It changes their emotional coloring. It moves them from the category of danger, respond immediately, to the category of that happened, it's over, it's part of history. Not always, not completely. Sometimes something gets stuck and doesn't process on its own. That's what's called trauma in the clinical sense. But in an ordinary night, the brain is doing exactly this, quietly sorting and discharging what is accumulated. And when you can't sleep, when you lie awake at night with your eyes open, turning things over and over, and it hurts again and again, you're depriving yourself of exactly this process. Not because you're weak, not because something is wrong with you, simply because the nervous system doesn't get the chance to do its work. Let's go a little deeper to where what are called old wounds are kept. Everyone has them. Not necessarily something dramatic, not necessarily a catastrophe, a loss, abuse. Sometimes it's simply a moment in childhood when you weren't heard, or were heard but wrongly, or you did something and expected one thing and received something entirely different, and something inside you made a record then, not a conscious one, an automatic one. Something decided, this is how the world works. This is what to expect from people. This is who you are. These records aren't thoughts. They're deeper than thoughts. They live in the body, in patterns of reaction, in the way your chest tightens when someone uses a certain tone of voice, in why you can't ask for help even when you desperately need it, in why you smile when you're actually hurting. Psychologists call them early maladaptive schemas. That sounds clinical, but the meaning is simple. These are survival strategies that once worked and now get in the way. A child who learned to be invisible to stay out of trouble, that's a smart child. An adult who still automatically makes themselves invisible in every situation, even when it's hurting them, that's a person running outdated software. The software isn't bad. It was just written a long time ago, and its author, a small person in difficult circumstances, was doing everything right, as best they could. This matters to hold, in your mind and in your heart, if you want. Everything you currently dislike in yourself, the way you sometimes shut down when you want to open up,
The way you get angry at the wrong person. The way you put off something important again and again. The way you can't accept a compliment or trust. All of it once made sense. All of it was a response to something real. The nervous system doesn't make mistakes. It adapts. It's just that what it adapted to changed long ago. The adaptation stayed. There's an image I like better than the iceberg. Picture an old house, large with many rooms, some open and full of light, some locked with the key long lost. In some rooms are beautiful things that no one uses, because the owner forgot they were there.
In the basement is something no one wants to think about. In the attic are old photographs and letters that no one has read in a very long time. This is the psyche. This is you. And sleep is the time when someone walks through this house with a lantern, not to reorganize everything right away, simply walks through, lights up one corner, then another, sometimes stops at a locked door and stands before it for a few seconds. And this is already something. This is already not the same as never going in at all. Now, about bridges. When something painful happens, when a relationship breaks, when someone important causes hurt, when you do something you later regret, something like a rupture occurs in the psyche. Not physical, of course, but real. The connection between who you were before and who you're becoming after requires effort, requires building something new. Healing isn't a return to where you were before. You can't go back there. That place no longer exists because you've changed. Healing is the construction of a bridge between what was and what is, between pain and understanding, between the old story about yourself and the new, more accurate one. This bridge gets built slowly, sometimes very slowly. Sometimes it seems like you build and it collapses again, because something touched an old wound and the reaction is just as sharp as if 5 years hadn't passed, only 5 minutes. This is normal. It doesn't mean you're not moving. It means old neural pathways are still active. They were laid down long ago, deep through repeated use. New pathways get laid differently, not through one dramatic decision, not through one session with a therapist, not through one night, but through thousands of small moments in which something was slightly different. A little less self-criticism, a little more patience. You asked for help once, and the world didn't collapse. You said, "I'm hurting" once, and someone heard you. Each such moment is a brick. The bridge is built from bricks. Let's talk about childhood experience a little more, because this is perhaps the most important topic of tonight. Childhood experiences influence us not because childhood is something special or mystical, but because the brain is literally being built during childhood. Neural connections formed in the first years of life, shaped by what was happening around you, how adults responded, how predictable and safe the world was. These connections become the foundation, the base on which everything else is built. If the foundation is uneven, this isn't a sentence. Houses can be uneven and still stand. Some walls just crack a little more. Some rooms need extra work.
And here's what matters to remember. The brain is plastic.
Not as readily as in childhood, but enough. New neural connections form throughout all of life. Experience changes the brain, literally, structurally. When someone says, "I'm too old to change," that's not true from a neuroscience perspective. Change is slower than in childhood. It requires more repetitions, more patience, more awareness. But it happens. Every time you respond slightly differently than usual, every time you notice an old pattern and choose something else, every time you allow yourself to be a little vulnerable where you used to shut down, the brain records this, strengthens the new connection, and slowly the map gets redrawn. And sleep is part of this construction. Literally, during sleep, the brain is engaged in consolidating new experience. Whatever you went through during the day, a small breakthrough, a small understanding, a small step in a different direction, gets reinforced at night. Neural connections formed during the day strengthen. That's why therapists sometimes say the most important part of therapy isn't the session itself. It's the night after the session. It's what happens while the client sleeps. Not because everything resolves on its own, but because the brain takes what was planted in the conversation and begins working with it. Quietly, without words, at its own pace. There's something rarely discussed in the context of psychology and sleep, but which seems worth saying: the role of safety. The nervous system cannot restore itself in unsafe conditions. This isn't weakness, it's biology. When the nervous system perceives threat, it directs resources where they're needed for survival. Heart, muscles, sensory organs, restoration, integration, healing. These are all luxuries available only when the system senses, right now everything is okay. Right now it can put down its weapons. And this is why the atmosphere in which you fall asleep matters so much. Not only the physical, the darkness, the cool, the quiet, but the internal, the sense that right now, tonight, in this room, you are safe, that what is tense can relax, that no one is asking anything of you right now. This sense doesn't always come on its own. Sometimes it needs to be created deliberately, to say to yourself, out loud or inwardly, that right now it is safe, that tomorrow's problems will still be there, and it's better to meet them after sleep than without it, that the body deserves rest. This isn't self-deception, this is regulation, a conscious message to the nervous system: you can. Now, let's talk about masks. Not in a bad sense, not about deception or dishonesty, about what psychologists sometimes call the persona, from the Latin word that originally meant a theatrical mask. Each of us has several versions of ourselves. The one you are at work, the one you are with parents, the one you are with a close friend late at night when you don't have the energy to perform anymore, the one you are alone at 3 a.m. This isn't lying, this is adaptation. Different contexts call for different versions. You're not the same person at a job interview as at the beach, and that's fine. The problem starts when the mask fuses to the face, when you no longer remember what's underneath, when the professional version of yourself starts speaking and thinking, even in the shower, when the
convenient for everyone version of you crowds out the real one, who's becoming harder and harder to recall.
The exhaustion that many people feel and can't explain. Not physical tiredness, but something deeper, something in the chest, is often connected to exactly this. To having been for too long someone you're not entirely. To spending energy maintaining an image. And that expenditure is invisible but constant. Sleep is one of the few places where the masks come off on their own. Conscious control loosens. The neural networks responsible for social compliance quiet down. And this is one reason why people with a strict inner sensor sometimes find it so hard to fall asleep. Because falling asleep is a loss of control. And a loss of control is frightening when there's something inside you've grown used to keeping under lock and key. Do you sometimes hear a voice inside that tells you you're not good enough? That you did it wrong? That you could have done better? That other people manage and you don't? That you shouldn't have said what you said? Shouldn't have stayed silent when you needed to speak? This voice is one of the most universal human experiences. Psychologists call it different things. The inner critic, the superego, the introjected parental voice. Different names, same thing. It's a voice absorbed from the outside, from the words and reactions of the people who were around in childhood. It became internal. It speaks in our own voice, from inside, and so it seems like our own opinion of ourselves. But it isn't our opinion. It's an absorbed external view, something someone once said or showed, and which we accepted as the truth about ourselves, because we were small and had no other perspective. At night, this voice sometimes gets louder, because during the day there are tasks, conversations, movement. All of it drowns it out. But at night, silence. And in the silence, the inner critic becomes very distinct. Many people who say, "I can't sleep, my thoughts keep spinning," are actually describing exactly this. The inner critic is working the night shift, going through the events of the day, finding what was done wrong, predicting catastrophes, reminding you of past failures. This doesn't mean the voice is telling the truth. It means the nervous system in a state of anxiety is scanning for threats and finding them where there are none. What do you do with this? Don't fight it. Fighting the inner critic is about like fighting a shadow. The more effort you put in, the sharper the shadow becomes. The first step is simply to notice, to hear this voice and say to yourself, this is a voice, not the truth, a voice. Sometimes that's enough to shift something, because when we identify with the critical voice, when it is I, we're defenseless before it. When we notice it as a voice, we're already slightly to the side. We're the observer. And the observer isn't as vulnerable. You are not your inner critic. You are the one who hears it. There's a practice that's rarely discussed, but one described by people who take their own inner life seriously. It's a quiet conversation with yourself before sleep. Not a to-do list for tomorrow, not a replay of the day's events. Something different. Something like, what was difficult today, and what did I do with it? Or, what did I feel today that I didn't get around to naming? Or simply, allowing yourself a few minutes of silence in which it's permitted to be who you are, without a filter. Not to solve anything, not to analyze anything, simply to be with what's there. This is a small act of acceptance, and the brain that receives this small act of acceptance before sleep works differently at night, more quietly, more integratively, less likely to get stuck. The second thing worth talking about tonight is the story. The one you tell about yourself. Not out loud, though sometimes out loud. Inside. That narrative which explains why you are the way you are. Why what happens to you happens. Where you're headed and what you're worth. Every person has such a narrative, and most people don't know that it isn't a fact, that it's a story, not reality, that it can be rewritten. Not in the sense of think positive and attract good things. This is different. This is literally changing the interpretation of the past. The same events can be placed into different stories, and this changes not only how you relate to them, but how you act in the present. A person who tells themselves the story of being a victim of circumstances, that everything bad that happens to them happens because the world is unfair and they can't change anything, that person acts differently from someone who tells themselves the story of having done the best they could in those conditions, and now having a choice. Both people can have exactly the same past, different story, different life. Psychologists who work with trauma say that one of the main signs of healing is a change in the telling. Not that the person forgot what happened, but that they now tell it differently. Not as something that happened to them and broke them, but as something they went through. And in that going through, something belongs to them. This is called narrative integration. When a piece of the past that lay separately, hurt separately, wasn't woven into the overall picture of a life, suddenly finds a place. Not a good place. Not it was all for the best. Simply a place. This happened. It's part of me. I went through it. At night, the brain is engaged in exactly this kind of integration. Dreams are one of the instruments. Scientists who study sleep notice that dream narratives often connect incompatible things. A childhood memory appears alongside yesterday's conversation. An unfamiliar person says something important. A place looks like one thing, but feels like another. This isn't random noise. The brain is searching for connections, trying to fit the new into the old, and the old into the new, building bridges between what is divided. Sometimes, after such dreams, you wake with the feeling that something is clearer, though you can't say what. This is integration, non-verbal, requiring no words. This is why giving yourself time to sleep, and not only time to solve problems, matters so much. The brain solves problems without your conscious participation too. Sometimes better. Sometimes the answer that didn't come at night arrives in the morning, simply because the brain worked without interference. This isn't mysticism, it's neuroscience. During sleep, the frontal lobes,
the ones responsible for logical control and critical thinking, reduce their activity, and the areas associated with associative thinking increase theirs. Connections that seem impossible during the day form easily at night, and some of them turn out to be very needed. Now, about memory, about its labyrinths, which you rarely think about, but which influence you constantly. Memory isn't an archive. It isn't a storage unit of records that lie untouched until you retrieve them. Every time you remember something, you change it slightly. The memory is extracted, re-experienced, and recorded again, but now with an adjustment for your current state, for what you've learned since then, for how you feel right now. This means memories are alive. They change. They aren't fixed forever in the moment when everything happened. And this is simultaneously the source of memory's errors and the source of hope, because the memory of a painful event can be processed, not erased. That's impossible and unnecessary, but its emotional intensity can be changed. The way you relate to it can change. You can give it different context. When someone says, "I've thought about this many times, but now it doesn't hurt as much," that isn't because they forgot. It's because the memory was processed. Each time you return to it in a calmer state, in safer circumstances, you slightly rewrite the emotional track attached to it. Not the content, the relationship. Sleep participates actively in this process. During sleep occurs what's called memory reconsolidation, when memories aren't simply stored, but repackaged. Some researchers believe this is exactly why chronically sleep-deprived people more often get stuck in painful memories. The brain simply doesn't complete the cycle. The memory is retrieved again and again, and recorded again and again, in the same sharp form, without softening. This is one reason why depression and anxiety are so closely linked to sleep disturbances. It's unclear which comes first, because they support each other. Poor sleep sharpens emotional reactions. Sharp emotional reactions impede sleep. A circle that's difficult to exit, but possible to exit. And sometimes you need to start with sleep. The shadows of the past. This phrase sounds beautiful and a little unnerving. But what I want to talk about is not unnerving at all. Rather remarkable. The way childhood experience shapes an adult doesn't happen through any single dramatic moment. It happens through thousands of small things, through how you were held or not held, through what the tones in the house were like, calm or tense, through whether the adults around you cried in front of you and how they did it, through what was considered important and what wasn't. All of this gets recorded, not as events, as atmosphere, as background, as what seems like just normal because you had no other normal to compare it to. And then, in adult life, you encounter people who react differently. Someone asks for help easily, and this seems strange to you. Someone says no without explanation, and you feel it's rude. Someone cries and doesn't apologize for it, and you don't know how to respond. These reactions are signals that somewhere in the underwater part of the iceberg, something was recorded long ago and hasn't been updated. This isn't bad, it's simply information about what's still there to explore. There's one topic that psychologists discuss a great deal,
but rarely reaches the wider conversation in an accessible form. Attachment, not romantic attachment, though that too, but the foundational kind, the kind formed in the first years of life between a child and whoever is caring for them. How were you comforted when you cried? How predictable was the world in your childhood? Did those you waited for arrive? Were they emotionally available? Could they be trusted? These early experiences form an attachment style, a pattern of how you'll build closeness with people throughout your entire life. If the world in childhood was reliably enough, you most likely learned to trust, not blindly, but without constant expectation of betrayal. If the world was unreliable or unpredictable, you most likely developed strategies. Maybe you learned not to need, so as not to be disappointed, or learned to hold on very tight out of fear of losing. These strategies worked. They were intelligent responses to real conditions. But they can get in the way in adult life, where conditions are different, where there are people who can be trusted, where closeness is possible without losing yourself. Because the nervous system doesn't know that times have changed. It acts from old maps. And again, sleep. Sleep restores not just the body, it restores the capacity for regulation, the nervous system's capacity to return to a calm state after activation. People who sleep well manage emotional situations better, not because they're stronger, but because their nervous system got the chance to recharge. There's something else about dreams worth mentioning. Recurring dreams, the ones that come again and again, sometimes for years, often carry something unfinished. The brain returns to the theme again and again because it hasn't received resolution, hasn't completed the emotional arc. This doesn't necessarily mean clinical trauma. It may simply be some situation left unresolved, a conversation that never happened, a choice that was never made. When people find a way to complete something unfinished in real life, a conversation, a letter, a decision, the recurring dream often stops. The brain got what it was looking for. Not always, not through magic, but frequently enough to notice. Dreams in general aren't precise messages that need decoding. They're associative, imagistic, often absurd. But sometimes it's worth simply asking, what does this image mean to me? Not from a book, not from a dream dictionary, personally. Sometimes the answer surprises. Sometimes it helps understand something that hadn't arrived in words. Let's talk now about body memory. This isn't a metaphor, it's literal. The body holds experience. When something painful happened, especially if it happened often, or at an early age, or in a situation where you had no ability to defend yourself, the nervous system recorded it not only in the mind, in the muscles, in the breath, in how you hold your shoulders, in how your stomach reacts when someone raises their voice. Some people carry this literally, chronic tension in the body that won't let go, even when externally everything is fine. Back pain with no physical cause, a constricted throat at the moment when you want to say something. The body remembers what the mind would prefer to forget, or what the mind has already dealt with, filed away, decided it was over, but the body keeps reacting. And here's what's interesting. Sleep is one of the few states in which the body allows itself to release these chronic patterns. Not completely and not immediately, but gradually. Especially deep sleep, slow wave sleep, the stage called restorative, and that word is accurate here. In this stage, the activity of the amygdala, the brain's threat and anxiety center, decreases. Muscles relax, breathing becomes even. The body does what it always wants to do, but doesn't let itself during the day. It puts down its weapons. Adults sometimes carry this childhood guilt for years. If I'd been better, they wouldn't have split up. If I'd been different, I would have been loved. This wasn't your fault. It was a small person's attempt to find meaning in something that had no meaning. And now, as you hear this, in the quiet of this night, let it be. Don't try to immediately accept or reject. Simply let it be here. When we talk about healing, it isn't linear. It isn't a path from point A to point B, where B is everything's fine and nothing hurts anymore. It's a spiral. You return to the same themes, the same pains, but each time from a slightly different level, with slightly more understanding, slightly more distance, slightly more capacity to tolerate what was once unbearable. And sometimes it feels like I'm back in the same place, which means nothing has changed. But that isn't so. You're in the same place, but you're different. You're seeing it from a different height. That is the work. That is the movement. There's one more thing I want to say tonight about how we relate to our own vulnerability. Vulnerability in our culture is often perceived as weakness, as something to hide. But people who are able to be vulnerable, who can say, I'm scared, I need help, I don't know, are generally more resilient. Not because they're weaker, but because they're not spending resources maintaining a wall. Vulnerability isn't the absence of protection. It's a choice in which circumstances and with whom to allow yourself to be real. This choice requires courage, and it is possible. The night continues, and I want to take you through a few images, slowly, without hurry. Picture yourself standing at a river, not fast, not turbulent, calm, dark, with a barely visible current. On the bank, everything that was difficult today, everything that won't let go, everything that turns over and over in your mind when you want to simply lie down and close your eyes. You don't have to throw any of it into the river right now. You're just standing nearby, and the river flows slowly, unstoppably. It accepts what you're ready to release and doesn't hurry you. It will be here tomorrow too, and the day after. For now,
You can simply stand, hear the water, feel how the weight you've been carrying becomes slightly less sharp, simply because something larger is present, something that moves, something that reminds you all of this will pass too, not because it will become unimportant, but because time moves, just as unstoppably as water in a river. Now another image. You're in the old house, the one with all the rooms. It's late now. The house is quiet. You're walking through the hallway with a small lantern in your hand. Not to get somewhere in particular, just walking.
Past locked doors. You don't touch the locks. That's not for tonight.
Past open rooms. You glance into some of them. Here is something good that you'd almost forgotten. A lightness from some summer morning. Laughter with someone dear. A moment when you did something and it worked. These memories are here too. They're part of the house, part of you. You pass the basement door. Something can be heard from inside, sounds you'd rather not hear. You know what's there. You're not going in right now, but you know it's there, behind the door. And this is already something. You go upstairs. There, a bedroom. There, quiet. There, safe. You lie down. The lantern goes out. The darkness, warm, thick, like water. And somewhere below, through the corridors of this large house, someone continues the work, quietly, without words, at their own pace.
Sorting, organizing, setting some things aside, reinforcing others. This is your brain. This is its night work. You can trust it. Back to the conversation about stories, about how we tell ourselves our own lives. There's one thing psychologists who work with narrative notice. People who have a coherent story about themselves, with a before, a through, and a now, are generally more resilient than those whose story is fragmented, made of disconnected pieces, where it isn't clear who the main character is. This doesn't mean the story has to be beautiful or successful. It can be heavy, it can be full of losses and wrong turns. But when it is coherent, when there's a you inside it as an active person, not just an object things happen to, when there's at least some sense of movement, this by itself is protective. Night is a good time for this question. Not for the answer, simply for the question. What is this story? What is it about? Who is the main character in it? Not in order to urgently rewrite it, simply to look. To see what story is living in the mind, and ask, is this story only one of possible versions? There's a study worth sharing. A group of scientists worked with people who had survived difficult experiences. They were invited to write about it, not for anyone, simply to write. 20 minutes for several days in a row. The results were remarkable. People who wrote showed improvement not only in psychological measures, but physical ones. Immune function worked better. This is called expressive writing.
a method developed and replicated many times since. Why does it work? Naming, the translation of something unformed, bodily, dark, into words, into structure, into narrative. This doesn't eliminate the pain, but it changes the relationship to the pain. Pain that has been given a name and a place in the story isn't the same as pain that simply exists, everywhere and nowhere, without shape. You don't have to write anything right now, but maybe tomorrow, if you want. Simply write, not beautifully, not correctly, just what's there. Now, about what happens when something very old finally finds a place. When a memory that long lived in the basement is brought into the light and turns out not to be as enormous and frightening as it seemed in the dark. Fears grow in isolation. They shrink when they're seen. Sometimes what's in the basement is genuinely heavy, and then support is needed. Simply someone who will be present while you look. Because co-regulation is what the nervous system does best. Restore itself in the presence of another person. There's a small practice that I want to offer, not as a task, but as a possibility. Before you go fully into sleep, ask yourself one question. Not a complex one, very simple. What was good today? Even one small thing. Not because you need to be positive, but because the brain, in a state of anxiety, automatically searches for threats. That's its job. And it needs help to notice the opposite. One small good moment. Not everything was great. Simply, this happened. The coffee was good. Someone smiled. There was a moment when it got a little easier. This is enough. The brain takes this and carries it into the night. There's a topic that's hard to talk about, but which many people carry inside without showing to anyone. Not because there's no one to trust, but because they don't know how to name it. Because if they name it, it becomes more real. Because as long as it has no name, they can pretend it isn't there. But it is there, and the body knows, even when the mind denies it. Chronic tension in the shoulders, a lump in the throat that appears when someone asks an inconvenient question, sleep that doesn't come even though you're exhausted. These aren't signs of weakness. These are signs that something is asking for attention. Something wants to be acknowledged. Psychologists know symptoms aren't enemies. They're signals. Anxiety says something important needs your attention. Insomnia says the nervous system is overloaded. Irritability says I've been carrying too much alone for too long. If you listen to these signals, they lead somewhere. If you silence them, they get louder. There's a paradox worth mentioning. The more we try not to think about something, the more we think about it. This is called the white bear effect, after the classic experiment where people were asked not to think about a white bear. The first thing they thought about, a white bear. Suppressing a thought works in exactly the opposite way. It keeps the thought active, because to suppress it, you must constantly check, am I still not thinking about this? Which is itself thinking about it. So the best way to deal with an intrusive thought isn't to push it away, but to notice it, name it, let it be. Here is this thought. It's here. That's okay. And then it loses its power. Doesn't disappear, but loses its power. There's something else about dreams worth sharing. Recurring dreams, the ones that come again and again, sometimes for years, often carry something unfinished. The brain returns to the theme again and again because it hasn't received resolution, hasn't completed the emotional arc. This doesn't necessarily mean clinical trauma. It may simply be some situation that was left unresolved, a conversation that didn't happen, a choice that wasn't made. When people find a way to complete something unfinished in real life, a conversation, a letter, a decision, the recurring dream often stops. The brain got what it was looking for. Not always, not through magic, but frequently enough that it gets noticed. There's a conversation that's worth having with yourself more often, not out loud, inside. A quiet conversation with the part of yourself you've grown used to ignoring. The part that gets tired, that sometimes doesn't want to be strong, that would like for someone to simply ask, "How are you?" and actually mean it. Sometimes the person who asks, "How are you?" has to be you. Not to replace others, but to stop waiting for someone to come and notice. Because a nervous system that receives even an internal, "I see that it's hard for you," responds, calms slightly, puts down its weapons a little. This is called self-compassion, and it isn't self-indulgence. Researchers who studied this topic found people with high levels of self-compassion are no less motivated, no less responsible, no less demanding of themselves than those who treat themselves harshly. But they're more resilient. They recover faster. They acknowledge mistakes more easily and correct them. Because acknowledging a mistake doesn't threaten their sense of self. They can say, "Yes, I made a mistake," without falling apart. When you next, not now, sometime later, catch yourself being very hard on yourself, try asking, what would I say to a friend in the same situation? The answer almost always turns out different, softer, more accurate, more honest. Say that to yourself. There's something that's difficult to talk about, but that many people have. It's the fear of what will happen if you allow yourself to actually feel something. If you drop the control. If you let the pain just be without an immediate solution. The fear that if you start crying, you won't stop. That if you acknowledge how tired you are, you'll completely fall apart. That if you let yourself feel anger, it will turn out to be destructive. This is called fear of emotions, and it's very common. It often forms in childhood, in families where emotions were dangerous, punishable, shameful, or simply went unnoticed. And as a result, the person learns to keep everything under control, very carefully, very constantly,
spending enormous resources on it. The truth is that emotions allowed to exist pass faster. They're like waves. They come and recede. If you stand and watch, they pass. If you run, they chase. Sleep is one of the few situations where control loosens on its own. Not because you decided to release it. Simply, the nervous system transitions to a different state, and control becomes unnecessary. And then, sometimes come dreams, containing what you didn't let yourself have while awake. Weeping, anger, tenderness. This isn't pathology. This is the brain doing its work, giving what was locked up a little space. In the safe conditions of darkness and sleep.
There is a topic I want to speak about, because it's perhaps the most destructive of the things we carry, and the one spoken about least. This is shame. Shame is different from guilt. Guilt says, I did something bad. Shame says, I am bad. This difference is enormous. Guilt is manageable. You can do something with it, correct it, apologize, not repeat. Shame isn't manageable because it attacks not the action, but the person, and you can't go anywhere to escape yourself. Shame wants to be hidden. This is exactly why those who carry a great deal of shame spend enormous energy concealing it, looking normal, sufficient, right. Shame doesn't like to be named. When it's named, it begins to lose its power. This too is a neurobiological fact. An experience that has been put into words is processed differently from one that stays silent.
The left hemisphere, which works with language, begins participating in the process, and this alone already regulates the intensity. This is why therapy works, why talking with another person works, why a journal works. Naming is the first step towards something ceasing to govern you from the darkness. Now about forgiveness. Not as a moral obligation, as a neurobiological fact. Holding resentment is work, literally, energetically costly work for the nervous system. Maintaining an activated state of threat towards someone, even if that person left your life long ago, means spending resources on something that no longer exists in the present. Forgiveness isn't about the other person. It's about you. It's the decision to stop spending resources maintaining an activated threat state. This doesn't mean saying what was done was okay. It doesn't mean letting that person back into your life. It simply means releasing. The way you release something you've been holding in a clenched fist, and the hand slowly opens. This doesn't happen by decision. It's a process, and it happens in significant part at night. In sleep, the nervous system gets the opportunity to exit the state of activated defense. And each night that happens, something releases a little. Not all at once, not necessarily forever, but a little. There's a conversation worth having about what it means to work on yourself, because this phrase has become very heavily loaded. Sometimes it means I must constantly be improving, or what am I worth? I should read psychology books, see a therapist, meditate every morning, journal daily, practice gratitude. And if I'm not doing all of this, I'm not trying, I'm stuck. Something is wrong with me.
This is just another form of the inner critic,
now dressed in the clothing of self-development. Working on yourself isn't a continuous productivity process. It's attention. Simply attention. Noticing what's happening. Being a little more honest with yourself than yesterday. Sometimes this happens in conversation with a therapist. Sometimes in conversation with a friend. Sometimes lying in the darkness, listening to a quiet voice. Sometimes simply in the fact that you allowed yourself to sleep when you needed a pause. Now, about habits. Not in the sense of morning routines, and not in the sense of how to be more productive, but about how habits, including damaging ones, are connected to inner states. Most bad habits are attempts at regulation, attempts to soothe what is activated, to muffle what is too loud, to fill what is empty. A drink before bed, this isn't weakness. It's an attempt to calm a nervous system that was never taught to settle in other ways. Endless scrolling before sleep, this isn't laziness. It's an attempt not to be left alone with what starts surfacing when things go quiet. Understanding the cause doesn't mean accepting the consequences, but it changes the relationship from I'm weak and can't stop to I'm a person who has a need they're trying to meet in a less than ideal way. The second is more accurate, and from that place, something is easier to change. There's a concept called the recovery window. It's the time, usually evening, sometimes the hour before bed, when the nervous system is no longer requiring active action and not yet requiring sleep. This is golden time, and how you spend it greatly affects sleep quality and how you wake. Bright screens, active news, intense drama, an anxious conversation. All of this activates the nervous system, which then tries to fall asleep, activated, and that's difficult. Quiet music, a calm conversation, a book without violence and catastrophe, simply silence. These are signals. It's okay to slow down. It's okay to let go. It's time. This isn't a lecture about sleep hygiene. You know the rules. This is simply a reminder. How you prepare for sleep is also self-care. Not because you need to be productive, but because you deserve good sleep. Simply, without further justification. There's something else worth talking about tonight. Triggers. The word has become overused, but what it points to is very specific. A trigger is a stimulus that sets off a reaction in the nervous system disproportionate to the situation. Someone says something, and you're hit by a wave you can't explain from what was said. Someone makes a gesture, and you're suddenly cold and distant, though a moment ago you were open. This isn't weakness, and it isn't moodiness. It's a signal that the nervous system recognized a pattern, similar to one that was once associated with threat or pain. The brain is very good at recognizing patterns, sometimes too good. It sees similarity where there isn't any. It says, "This is like what happened then," and launches the whole cascade of reactions as if then were right now. In a milder form, this is familiar to almost everyone.
That moment when you get swept by an emotion that seems disproportionate, when you react more strongly than the situation calls for, when you think afterward, what was that? That was an old recording, playing over the top of a new moment. What helps with triggers?
First, knowing about them. When you know you have a certain pattern, you're already not completely captured by it. A tiny gap appears between stimulus and reaction. That gap is where choice lives. Not always, not right away, but over time it grows. And again, sleep. A well-rested brain has a larger gap. Sleep deprivation literally shrinks the space between stimulus and reaction. The amygdala reacts faster and more strongly. The frontal lobes, the ones that can pause and assess, work more slowly. After a sleepless night, we get angry at things we'd barely notice on another day. This isn't character. This is physiology. There's something else worth talking about tonight. The difference between what you feel and who you are. We very often identify with what we're feeling right now. I feel anxious becomes I'm an anxious person. I feel sad becomes I'm unhappy. But emotions are weather, not climate. They come and go. They're a reaction to something, an event, a thought, a memory. You are not your anxiety. You are the one who notices it. And this distance between I feel anxiety and I am anxious isn't just semantics. It's a fundamentally different relationship with yourself. When you say, I feel anxiety, there's you and there is anxiety. You can do something with it. Notice it. Name it. Breathe. Wait it out. When you say, I am anxious, you and the anxiety are one. And then there's nowhere to go. A small shift in language, a large change in how you live. There's a conversation researchers have been having in recent years about what are called little t traumas, as opposed to the large clinical ones, experienced violence, catastrophes, losses. Little t traumas are accumulated small experiences that each seem insignificant on their own. The chronic feeling of not being heard, constant criticism without support, emotional coldness that doesn't rise to cruelty, the feeling that love needs to be earned. Each of these individually, okay, that's not so bad. Together, they can create the same level of nervous system vulnerability as major events. This matters because many people say, I didn't have any trauma. My childhood was just ordinary. And at the same time, carry what they carry and can't explain where it comes from if nothing particular happened. Perhaps something did happen, just small, recurring, accumulated, and that too deserves attention. Now, the image to carry into sleep tonight. Picture a night sky, not a city sky with its orange glow from streetlights, a real one, dark, quiet, with millions of stars. Each star is something inside you, something lived through, something understood, something still forming. Some stars are bright and close, some distant, barely visible.
some long extinguished, but their light is still traveling. And all of this is the sky. All of this is you. You don't have to know every star by name. You don't have to understand each one. You can simply look, feel the scale, feel that this is enormous, and at the same time, peaceful. The sky asks nothing of you right now. It simply is. You simply are too. Right now, that is enough. There's a question asked too rarely, but worth asking. What does it mean to be kind to yourself? Not in the sense of indulging yourself, and not in the sense of forgiving yourself everything.
Kindness toward yourself is, first of all, honesty without cruelty. The ability to see yourself, the real you, with everything that's there, and not to turn that seeing into a trial. A kind gaze at yourself isn't blind. It notices mistakes, notices patterns, notices what's worth changing. But it does this without a prosecutor inside, without "you should have known better," without "what's wrong with you." It says, "Here is this. How do I want to handle this going forward?" This isn't easy, especially for those who in childhood were taught to be hard on themselves, who were told, "Don't whine, don't make things up, others have it worse." Harshness toward yourself is also a learned habit, and you can unlearn it, slowly, patiently. Let's talk about loneliness, not the physical kind, the inner kind that happens even surrounded by people.
The feeling that no one really understands you, that you're showing one layer and what's beneath it is too complex, too strange, too much. This is one of the most universal human experiences, and one of the loneliest, precisely because everyone thinks it's only them. But it's everyone, in one form or another, with one intensity or another. The feeling that there's more inside than shows on the outside isn't a disease. It's a sign that you're complex. Not complex in the sense of difficult, but in the sense of layered. And there's something very important in acknowledging this. Not because it becomes easier immediately, but because it's true. And truth, even heavy truth, is more stable than illusion. There's one thing spoken about less than it deserves, what is called grieving what never was. Ordinary grief is the loss of what existed, a person, a relationship, a possibility. But there's another grief about what never existed. The childhood you deserved but didn't receive. The parent who was present but not there. The support that was needed but didn't come. The recognition that simply never came. This grief is real, no less real for the fact that what was lost never existed. Sometimes even harder, because grieving what was makes sense. Grieving what wasn't feels strange. People sometimes say to themselves, "There's nothing to grieve. It didn't exist." But that's exactly it. It didn't exist. And in that didn't exist, there's a great deal. If something in these words resonates,
Let it resonate. This doesn't need to be solved right now. It simply needs to be acknowledged. I want to talk about hope, not as naivety, but as a neurobiological phenomenon. Hope activates the same neural pathways as planning for the future. This means that when you allow yourself to imagine something better, even undefined, even distant, the brain begins working in that direction. Not magically, not because thoughts attract reality, but because the brain begins noticing possibilities it previously ignored. In a state of hopelessness, the brain literally sees fewer options. This isn't a metaphor, it's neuroscience. In a state of hope, it sees more. So the small act of allowing yourself hope, not grand, not everything will be perfect, just tomorrow might be a little better, isn't weakness and isn't self-deception. It's calibrating an instrument. There's one simple question that psychologists sometimes ask clients at the end of a session. What will you take from today's conversation? Not what did you understand, and not what should you now do differently. Simply, what will you take? One thought, one word, one image. This question is for you now. From everything said tonight, what stayed? Maybe it's the image of the river, or the old house with the lantern, or the words about the brain knowing its work, or simply permission. It's okay. Whatever it is, take it with you into sleep. Let it be the last thing your attention rests on before it dissolves into the darkness. There's something to say about anger. Anger is an emotion many people can neither express normally nor accept in themselves. Because anger in childhood was often punishable or frightening if the adults nearby were frightening when angry, or there was simply no place for it. Anger that wasn't given an outlet doesn't disappear. It turns into depression, an old idea in psychology and one with real grounding, or into anxiety, or into chronic bodily tension, or into passive aggression, anger that found an indirect way out. Anger isn't a bad emotion. It informs. Something important to you was violated, a boundary, a value, a need. The question is what you do with it, whether you direct it where it needs to go, or where it's easiest, at yourself, at those nearby, at whatever was at hand. Anger acknowledged and named is less dangerous than anger suppressed. Like steam, better released in small amounts gradually than all at once in an explosion. There's something that happens after difficult periods that's rarely named. After something heavy passes, people often expect to feel relief, joy, lightness. But frequently, after the tension has broken, something unexpected arrives. Exhaustion that wasn't making itself known before. Sadness that seemed misplaced. The body that suddenly begins to hurt, even though everything is already behind you. This is called post-stress response, and it's completely normal. While the difficult period lasted, the nervous system held on, mobilized resources, didn't allow relaxation. When the danger passed, the system begins to discharge. And in that discharge, tiredness, pain, emotions. This doesn't mean things got worse. It means things became safe enough,
enough to finally feel what was locked away. Let this be. This too is part of healing. There's a mechanism that works every night and which few people know about. It's called slow wave sleep, and it's the deepest stage. In this stage, the brain literally gets washed. Cerebrospinal fluid pulses through it, flushing out toxins accumulated during the day,
including proteins associated with neurodegenerative disease. This discovery was made relatively recently, about 10 years ago, and it turned understanding of sleep's function upside down. But here's what matters for our conversation. It's in slow wave sleep that psychological washing also occurs. Processing daily experience, strengthening needed neural connections, weakening unnecessary ones. This is the very stage you reach when finally, after a long time falling asleep, after turning from side to side, you drop deep. When the body is heavy and warm, when thoughts disappear. This is the most valuable time of sleep, and it happens on its own, without effort. Simply, you need to allow yourself to get there. There's something worth saying about caregiving, about how we care for others and forget to care for ourselves. This is especially common among those who grew up in families where they needed to care for adults, emotionally, practically, psychologically, where it wasn't possible to simply be a child, where you had to be attentive, not cause problems, monitor the adult's moods. Such people grow into wonderful helpers, empathetic and attentive, and at the same time completely unable to receive care. Help from others creates discomfort, a sense of debt, the feeling that you must immediately give back, or simply awkwardness, as if being the recipient of something is somehow wrong. Being the recipient is normal. It's part of relationships, part of life. Receiving care isn't weakness. It's a skill that can be learned. And it starts with giving yourself permission, right now. There's something to say about the past, about how we handle it.
The past can't be changed, that's given. But the way you relate to it can change.
The place it occupies in your story can change. The role you allow it to play in the present can change. The past isn't a prison. It's a foundation. From what was, you came out as you are, with all your complexity, with all your understanding, with the resilience you sometimes don't notice, but which is there. The fact that you're still here is already a great deal. The fact that you're listening to this is already movement. You are not what happened to you. You are the one who lived through it. And those are different things. There's one last image to bring into this night. Picture yourself tomorrow morning, before the thoughts about what needs to be done arrive.
In those first seconds of waking, when you haven't yet gone anywhere in your attention, simply in bed, in quiet, in light coming through the curtains, still warm, still a little in the darkness you came from, still a little there. This morning will come after this night, after this sleep, and in it will be something very quiet that became a little different. Not everything will change in one night. Nothing will change in one night. But something small,
invisible, not requiring words, will have shifted. Because the brain worked, because the nervous system received quiet, because something that was waiting for attention tonight received it. In the silence, in the darkness, in these words. This is enough. We talked tonight about a great deal. Let's go through it slowly, not as a summary, but as a quiet reminder.
Your psyche is larger than what you can see. The underwater part of the iceberg is enormous, and this isn't a threat. It's you, all of you. Old wounds don't make you broken. They make you a person who went through something and is carrying it. And bridges get built, slowly, from small bricks, one at a time. Masks are sometimes necessary, but underneath them is someone who's tired of wearing them, and that someone has the right to rest. The inner critic isn't your voice. It came from outside. It can be noticed and not obeyed. Memory is alive. It changes, and every time you return to something in a calmer state, you change it slightly. The body remembers, and the body knows how to let go when it feels safe. Childhood experiences aren't destiny. They're maps written long ago. Maps can be redrawn. And sleep isn't merely rest. It's work. Quiet, deep, invisible, and very important. Right now, allow yourself this. Allow yourself not to think about what was, not to think about what will be. Simply be here, in this darkness, in this breath, in this slow, warm flow. The brain knows what to do. It's been doing this every night your entire life, and managing. Tonight, it will manage too. Your nervous system is receiving what it needs right now. Quiet, darkness, a voice steady and calm, and the sense that right now there is nothing to decide. Nothing needs to be decided. Breathe, simply breathe. The body is heavy and warm. Thoughts slow, like a river's current in a wide place. They flow, but no longer hurry anywhere. There's somewhere inside you, a place that has always been quiet, even when outside was very hard. Somewhere deep inside was something still. Something that simply was, without evaluation, without demands. Maybe you haven't visited it in a long time. Maybe you've forgotten it's there. But it is there. It always was. Right now, you're a little closer to it, because the darkness removes what's unnecessary, because the silence removes the noise, and something very slowly begins to settle. Not surrender, simply settle, like an anchor in calm water. You can sleep right now. You can. The brain knows what to do with this night, with what happened today, with what happened long ago. It will work while you sleep, quietly, without words, at its own pace. And tomorrow, something will be a little easier. Not everything, not right away, but something, a little. The darkness now is very quiet, very warm. In it, there's nothing requiring an immediate answer. Nothing that can't wait until morning. In it, there's only this: breath, body, moment, and the brain working quietly, deeply. You don't have to fall asleep right this second. You don't have to do anything right this second. You can simply lie here, simply be. This is enough. Somewhere in the house, all the rooms are closed for the night. In the basement, quiet. In the attic, quiet. In the hallways, quiet. The lantern has gone out. You can sleep. Someday, not tomorrow, not in a month, maybe in a year, maybe in 5, you'll discover that something has changed. Something that was heavy became a little lighter. Something that seemed unchangeable shifted. And you won't be able to name the single moment when it happened. Because it happened gradually, at night, in silence, in those small intervals between words when something simply was. This is healing. You are enough. Even when it doesn't seem that way. You are doing enough. Even when it doesn't seem that way. You are good enough. Not perfect. Good enough. And this night is working for you. Right now. If this was with you tonight, pass it to someone who also sometimes finds the nights long. Sometimes all that's needed is a voice in the dark. And if you haven't subscribed yet, this is a good time, so the next one finds you when you need it. The brain knows its work. Let it do it.